Hey everyone. I'm just gonna say this. Sorry about the background noise. It's hot as fuck. The computer does not help with the heat. I'm also sick, so I need the noise. Not that I need the noise, but I need the air conditioner and all the fans running. I just wanted to start off by saying that. Before we begin, I do have a poll about whether or not we should start a new save file for Baxter. We don't have to, but like we can. And as for today's streamathon, this is what we're playing today. This is the whole streamathon. It's just this game. I think we have like 3 hours added on that I didn't get to, unless I did get to it and I just didn't update what I said I was gonna do. But we're gonna go for like we're gonna go to 4 today, and then the next streamathon day we'll add that extra hour on. Hopefully I remember to do that. Hopefully I remember, because a bitch be forgetting shit a lot. I'm not feeling the greatest. Like before, like 30 minutes earlier, I was like, do I even feel like streaming today? But I'm trying to push through it. So we'll get started once the poll is done. Only one person voted. That's okay. And they said yes. All right. New save file. Here we come. New file. It's been a while since we played this. It's been like a year. So why not? Would you like a gameplay explanation section to appear? No. I know how to play. So we're gonna be gay. We're fully gay. We're gonna make Princeton. We had Princess, we had Kingsley, and now we have Princeton. Chubby. Do I want to be chubby? Oval, peach, square. I feel like Princeton's got a square face shape. Tan, brown. Oh my god. Not paper white. Oh my god. Okay. Thank you, Darius, for cheering. Thank you for the bits. That's 5,500 bits. You're really gonna do this to me? Like, thank you. I'm not complaining about that. Now I gotta do math. Hold on, I had to get my PowerPoint up, because I don't have it in my face, because I didn't think I would need it in my face. Why am I going to Google Images? What am I doing? Like, it's a hot mess. I'm always a hot mess for one. But it's a hot mess either way. Okay, what did I say for bits? What is this? This is bits. 500 bits is 10 minutes. Every 100 bits after is 5 extra minutes. Not you making me do math. So let's see. 500. I said that's 10 minutes. 10 minutes, right? Hold on. Oh, yeah, okay. 10 minutes. Okay, so then that's 5,000. I don't. I'm gonna do it like this. Hold on. I really have to do this math. My math is needing to math right now. I don't know where any of my writing utensils are. Gotta get a new sticky note so I can do the math. I could do this quickly if I did math every day like I should be doing. So it's 500. You know what? I have a calculator right here. That'd be smart, babes. Use the calculator. Don't do this to yourself. That's 10. I'm done. That's 510 times, right? What is that? That's 10 times 500. What am I doing? I'm done with myself. That's an hour. Okay, that's like 100 minutes. It's 40 minutes left. So that's an hour and 40 minutes plus the 10 minutes equals an hour and 50 minutes. That's what I'm saying. Christ, it's so fucking hot in this house. Okay. Well, thank you, Darius, for that short little math break while I did math. If my math is wrong, it's not. Okay. Are we olive or tan? I think I usually go with tan. I feel like I'm in between tan and brown. Like, this is too dark of a brown for me. This is also too, this is too pasty. I usually go with tan. Eye shape. Ooh. Rectangles. Rectangles are kind of comfy. Sharp. I love sharp. Pointed. Lidded. Should we be lidded? I do have lidded eyes. Sloped. Round. I know, we might go lidded. I do love sharp. But we're just chillaxing. Eye color. Hold on, let me go back to yellow. That's terrifying. Pink, purple. Front. Oh, medium. Oh my god. Can we be emo? Should we be emo? Should we get a bob? Should we get a fuck it up bob? Oh my god, can we be Pete Wentz? I love Pete Wentz. No, we'll do that one. That. Should we get a mullet? I kind of fucks with the mullet. Oh my fucking god, Darius. You can't probably hear the noises, but thank you so much for all the gift subs. Oh my gosh. Oh, Darius. Fuck, I forgot to add the thing. The discount. Darius, next time you want to give some subs, be like, hey, add that gift sub discount, and I'll be like, you're completely right, and I'll do it, so that way you don't have to pay that much money. I really appreciate it. 20 gift subs, gifted a total of 59 in the channel. Look at you fucking go. Look, who did you gift all this to? Shy Bay, all that jazz. We love all that jazz. Mr. Pickles, Laser Canin, Fiona, Pogopan, Gil, Numbers, Pepisepi, Patty One, Kelly Do. That name is, I think, those are Chinese. It's either Chinese or Japanese. I know that's not Korean. Danemer, Proter Rami, Coco Kitty, Song, Maddie the Baddie, love that name. Ken, Laura Crofts, and Space 376. Thank you, Darius. Now I have to do more math. Okay, what did I say about gift subs? That's so 5 subs, and you gifted how many? 20? 4 hours? Okay. Plus 4 hours. 5 hours and 50 minutes. All I hear is Yehet, Ohara in my ears, because I'm not turning the thingamabob on, because it's just too much. I won't be able to hear. Either I won't be able to hear or you won't be able to hear, and I want both of us to be able to hear. So you'll just see the notifications popping up, but just know that I hear it, and that's all that really matters. Okay. Ooh, ponytail. Nah. Ooh. I don't know. Sleek? We could be sleek. Could be sleek. Strands? I'm kind of feeling strands. Buns? No, oh, wow. That's a lot of hair. It's giving Jiraiya from Naruto. You're gonna peace out? Okay. Thanks, dearest. Have a nice day. Strands 2? Medium 2? I'm kind of liking Scrappy 2. You know where we're going, Scrappy 2. Scrappy 2 is giving anime, and I fucks with it. You know, we gotta get our natural hair color. Yes. Okay. Princeton last. No. Oop. I feel like that's how I've been spelling the last name, but for some reason that looks wrong to me. That's just gonna have to be how it is. Okay. Change the page. Birthmarks? No. We'll keep them all. Scars. Does Princeton have any scars? No, they're hideous. Rosy cheeks? No. Freckles? No freckles. These freckles don't look like freckles. Hand size? Oh, we should have glasses. I don't think I've given any of my characters glasses. Let's get the Ozzy Osbourne glasses. R.I.P. He was a real one. R.I.P. Ozzy Osbourne. Okay, birthmarks, scars. Let's give him a back scar. Because we can't see it. What do we... I love the hype train success. Open the hype chest. This is so funny. That's the new emote we unlocked. You know what? He's pants. He's pants. He's a pantser. He wears pantses. What does it mean, shirts? Can we just walk around with no shirt on? Well, he only wears pants. That's the type of guy Princeton is. Bracelets, necklaces, hats, watches. Sure, he can wear some of that. Okay, we're done. Here we go. You guys ready to go back to Sunset Bird? Summer in Sunset Bird was a special time of year. Your usually sleepy town began to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolless vacation with it. During the summer, your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Just so you know, we're keeping up with the theme of Princeton being messy. Like, this is Princeton's origin story from Too Hot to Handle. We're gonna be a messy bitch. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. You didn't really get why they always wanted to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back at them anyway. You end up saying hi to a lot of different people, since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones. You were too anxious to say hi back. Nah, Prince is about that business. He's all up in everybody's face. You enjoyed learning all about where they were visiting from and hoped to visit those places one day too. But today there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person, or a statue that had been magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Whoever or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone on Sunset Bird was that people who you didn't recognize really, really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your moms called it. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your mom's had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. You hadn't exactly been listening at the time. You think it could be okay to talk to new people. Messy. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other people can help you even if you don't know them. You remember that it's okay to run away if you feel comfortable. You don't need to worry about being polite then. Um, we're just gonna go for it. We weren't listening. We weren't listening to what moms said. But you weren't sure about this man yet. So you felt a little scared knowing that he was blocking the way to your front door, but you were pretty interested. You wanted to know more about what was going on. Whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. We're gonna be nosy. You slowed down, your eyes remaining fixed on the man. There was a split second where your eyes met and you knew he was aware he wasn't alone on the street anymore. Hey! You raised your eyebrows at the shout. Did you want something? No, did you want something? Did he want something? Is that why he was there? The man stood up and started to make his way toward you. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared. Still unsure about him, but willing to be friendly, offered the stranger a smile. Your whole body was frozen and no. Let's be a little confrontational. So, do you live around here? What's your name? You looked at the man up and down, taking in his tanned skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had stripes on his shorts and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. You made your assessment. He looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. Yeah, I live here. That's great. He looked happy to hear it, giving you a broad smile. Money! He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hand as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you looked back at him. Well, could you do me a favor? Nothing bad. Sorry, I should have... Let me start over. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it made him look creepier. Oh, not creepier. I have a son. His name is Cove. Who's about your age? Cove, that seemed like a strange name for an actual living person to you. But definitely the kind of name someone like this guy would give their kid. We moved in across the street, see? He gestured toward the house that had been empty for a year. His watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for-sale sign was finally gone. You must be Princeton Rigel, right? I met your moms earlier, and they told me you were 8, just like him, so... He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Can you try to be friends with the boy? Just give it a chance, and you can keep this. He's a good kid. You'll like him. But you've got to keep it a secret, too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. You eyed the man. You felt sorry for Cove. Did other kids really get their parents to pay for friendships? Had your moms done that for you and Lizzie? The thought made you frown. What do you say? Want to make a deal? You took the bill. You didn't want the money. You ran away. I'm taking the money. We're an entrepreneur over here. We gotta start our law firm somehow. You carefully plucked the bill from his outstretched hand, grinning at the thought of what you could do with that much cash. All the sweets you could ever want. You could buy a ticket for the newest movie at the cinema. It was a cute stuffed animal you had seen in store in town. It cost a few dollars to set up a library card. With this, you could pay for yourself instead of having your mom do it. You weren't even sure yet. That's false. Library cards are free. I don't know who told you guys that. Go support your local libraries. Library cards are free. You don't have to pay money unless you don't live in that district for that library. Let's get us a library card. You enjoy reading a lot of different books. You could get everyone you liked now. Well, that's not true. They have a limit to how many books you can check out from the library. And that was just a start, you thought. The sky was the limit with that kind of amount. The man smiled at you, his eyes crinkling up the sides as he did. Great, that's great. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but... Well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. He laughed when he said that, but with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can you tell him to come home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. Can I keep you see the way? Sure thing, I can try. I can try. You know, not totally certain that you'd find code, but willing to look. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head, paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away and said, yeah, don't fucking touch random children. Your mom's already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. Very true, brother. Very true. I thought you might come back and... That's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Princeton. So much. He jogged off down the street without another word. You decided to check the hills behind your house. Step 1. First sight. The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. I always loved the ocean. It was so much fun. You loved to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolk and sea serpents you'd imagine living far beneath the waves. You didn't enjoy the beach all that much, especially the sand, which I got absolutely everywhere. We love the ocean. We love the ocean. Sometimes Lizzie would join you, the two of you splashing each other in the waves. Those were the best days. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try to relax and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. Oh, look at this sad kid. There was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you'd found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have green hair, wavy eyebrows, huge glasses, pink casts, sad frowns. Well, deer typically don't have green hair unless we're in the Pokemon world. Do deer have eyebrows? They do in Animal Crossing. And they have glasses and casts. Sometimes they have sad frowns in Animal Crossing. But this is real life. Deer don't have green hair. But this new boy did. You watched as it fluttered softly around his face in the breeze. A few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another. And then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Hi, hey Space Cadet. Are you lost? Are you lost? At the start, he jumped to his feet, to his hands balling into fists at his sides. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees, soaking the hem of his shorts. His eyes were still shining with a few more. You obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier had said stuck out to you. Cove? Ah! Eyes wide, he studied you. How'd you know that? You touched the money in your pocket, feeling it crinkle beneath your fingertips. I thought they said I'm your dad at first. I'm all-knowing. That's a lie. Tell the truth. Okay, your dad told me who you were. Oh. So, is this your hill? Yeah, it is. You're on my hill. It costs money to be on this hill. He gestured with his uninjured arm to the path of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. Thank you for the follow, CatLover0405. I love that you love cats. I love cats too. Is my mic on? Is my mic working? I need to check. Because sometimes I just be fucking talking and the mic's not on. The mic is on. Okay, good. He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. How are you doing today, cat lover? It's just a little chitty chat. What's good? What's poppin'? I can leave if it is. Yep. Bye then. Wait, you can stay. I'm not kicking you out. But you said, I don't have to make people leave just because it's not theirs. Other people can visit. His face relaxed a little at that, and he toed the grass beneath his shoe timidly. Oh. Cole, get it together. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers, too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Oh, why are you here? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. It was so fucking rude. Almost like they'd never stopped, his tears started up again with a vengeance. My parents. They don't want to live together with me anymore. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave and he took me with him, and now we have a house here and I want to go home. That outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffed and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. Girl, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. You can't have your mom. Just checking in through Twitch to games you're interested in. You're glad to see someone stream Our Life Beginnings and Always. Yeah, I played this many times already. So I already did Cove's in his DLC. I did Derek's thingy and his DLC, and now we're going to do Baxter's. I had a poll earlier about whether or not we should start a new save file for Baxter or continue from one of the old ones and just like do his stuff. And we started a new one for Baxter because it's been a while since I played this. I took a little hiatus break from it for like a year. Baxter's DLC is your favorite? The voice actor for Baxter came into my stream one time. It was really fun. He's a really cool person. But yeah, it was... I'm excited to do Baxter's. I like Baxter. I don't care what anyone says. He's my little snooty... He's my snooty little boo. I'm sorry, your dad seems kind of nice. You like it? He'll like it here. You just have to get used to it. Stop crying. Yeah, and it was super cool. He was telling me about other voice acting work he was doing too. Eventually, one day we'll play some other dating sims because that's my bread and butter. I love me a good dating sim. So I'm excited. I love when games have voice acting, so that way I don't have to do too much reading. Also, I really like voice acting too. I'm not the greatest voice actor, but you know, I don't dabble, but I'm here. He slipped his hand underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cole wound himself up again for another long crying fit. You were tired of seeing him crying so much already. He should learn to toughen up. Babies cried. Ooh. From way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Princeton! Cole! Kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here. I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. You can handle it. You have to go. Don't worry so much. Sorry, I have to. It'll be okay. You know what? You have to go. Sorry. Your time on my hill is done. It's done and over. I love the voice actor so much. You could tell he's a nice person. He's so nice. And in case you're like, why are you being so mean to Cole? It's because I have a character that I'm playing in Too Hot to Handle 2 named Princeton. And he's insufferable. He's for the drama, and I'm saying this is his origin story. So he's gonna be an insufferable little shit. Before he went on Too Hot to Handle, he was with Baxter. Even if it isn't fair, he's your dad. You stood up dusting your pants off. If he says you gotta go home, you gotta. Sorry. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove! Can you hear me? He looked toward the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm. I still don't want to go. That's too damn bad. You don't dare to have a character who's mean. It would hurt your soul. Listen, it hurts my soul until you play a game so many times as a nice character and you're like, this is getting old. I need some drama. And that's what I do. I play a game so many times with different routes and try to like be nice. But then you're like, you know what? What if I chose this choice? And then it's funny because it's like, damn, that's fucking rude. That shit was funny as fuck. That's how I feel. You called out yourself, you waited silently with him, you tried to convince him. Girl, I'm calling out myself, girl. I don't got time for Cove. Get off my hill, son. Hello, you hope everyone is well. You came to say hi, you can't stay for long. Also, thanks to Darius for the gift sub. I'm sure if Darius was here, he'd be like, you're welcome. But thanks for stopping in, Kelly, I appreciate it. It's nice to have you here. Want to go home? You raised your own voice. Over here. Cove's face soured. He said nothing, but his thoughts were probably pretty nasty at that moment. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you, and they rushed over. Both of your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. Princeton, you're here after all? We had been at the park to check for Cove, and then I heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. No, we're just sitting in the grass. Why is everybody acting like this is such a big thing? We're okay, don't worry. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. Should I throw him under the bus? Let's throw him under the bus. Oh, that little, what are these things called? They're not emojis. What are they called? What are these things called? Emotes! I'm trying to say, oh, your little emote's so cute with the, Sailor Moon. Most I can do is someone who's just neutral, but that's as low as you can go. Listen. I feel that. I felt that for a very long time. But if you want something that's messy, full of drama, and you're like, oh my god, I'm so glad this isn't real, this is the time to do it. This is the time to do it. Like, I don't know if you have like problems dealing with your anger, but I have problems dealing with my anger, and the only way to deal with it in a healthy way is to take it out on fake people. And doing mean routes, it helps. It helps, because it's like, you know what? This person is a villain for this person, and I'm glad your mom died. That's how I feel. That's how I feel about the character. Did the person's mom die in real life? I don't know. This isn't about anyone in particular. But I'm just saying. Mommy gave Cove a small smile, and then she turned back to you. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out here? He looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. You shrugged. Yes, I like him. He's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. I shrugged. That's a fair reason. And sometimes, I don't know, some games where, like, you pick a choice that you think is the nice one, turns out to be the mean choice, and you're like, how did we get here? How did we get here? Because I was like, that seemed like the nice choice, the most neutral choice out of everything, and then it turns out to be the worst choice you could have picked. That stuff's so funny to me. That's what keeps me, like, just like, you know what, I'm just gonna do what I want to do. Screw being nice. I'm just gonna pick what I would pick in real life. This, however, no, we're being messy on purpose. He's new here. It was okay. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you. Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Princeton knows this whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove. Bye. The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading toward the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper play date tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? It sounds like words. You saw that before, and it never fails to surprise you to accidentally mischaracterize your own OC. Yes, I feel that. And that's why this route, I'm purposely going for the wrong, like, not the wrong choices, but, like, the meaner ones. Because we're a bitch. We're a boss-ass bitch. Emphasis on the bitch. Also, emphasis on the boss. Both of your moms laughed, the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Choose your feelings for Cove. This is how you feel towards Cove. For this step, it can change in later steps. We are direct, and we're indifferent. We do not care about Cove. This is a Baxter playthrough. Yes. Early the next morning, you were poking at your food, eating it slowly. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Excited to see your new friend again, Princeton? We're not friends, really. With that said, are you done with your breakfast? She's like, okay, I'm gonna ignore what you just said. You're friends. Haha, I don't know, am I? I was being a little shit. You gesture down to the empty dish in front of you, raising your eyebrows dramatically. Okay, we see. Good job. He should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue, there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Princeton, could you get it? Why do I have to get it? I'm not the adult here. Because Mom said so, you wandered over to the door. Hey, Rigel family, thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying. With his dad standing in front of him and Mom and Mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Are we gonna fight? Can we fight Cove? You studied Cove apathetically. This was the parents' plan, not yours. Not seeming any more excited than you were, he just stared back. You twisted the thread bracelet on your wrist, you twisted the crystal bead bracelet on your wrist, you twisted the flower... No, let's do crystal. Do you want to go play in your room, Princeton? Sure. I've got some cool stuff. Come look. Okay. Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids. See you later, son. Play nice. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. You would like to know if you already played the demo of our second life? Yeah, I have. I played the demo already. I thought it was cute. I have more thoughts on it. I'm just trying to think. Just like base. I thought it was cute. I'm excited for the full game to come out. I don't know when it is, but I don't know. It was fun. I mean, I enjoyed it. It was a little long. I kind of did have an issue with, like, one thing, because, you know, in the demo, they give you the option, like, so you see, like, this, what is this called? It's not a text block. But, like, the display for the text, I was having an issue with that, and I didn't know how to fix it. And, like, the save file thingy was a bit weird for me to figure out. I feel like it wasn't, explained as well, so that was a bit confusing. But like game wise, I mean, it was nice. I didn't dislike it. I think they definitely need like to figure out how to say certain characters' names, because I forgot what their name is, but they have a name that's not common in America, and I don't want to butcher their name. As far as you heard, they'll release the full game in the second quarter of 2026. Hey, you hear that, guys? You heard it here first. Be playing that next fall. I was like, why the second quarter? Because the game is based in fall. Duh. Do you think they're gonna make one for all the seasons? Are we gonna get like a spring one and a winter one? I hope we do. I want a winter one so bad. I want a winter. I love winter. I love fall too. I hate summer. Summer's disgusting. He leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. Don't look at my art. I like this. Me too. The quarter is April to June. I'm okay. You're right. You're right. You're right. I'm thinking like semester. You said quarter. Quarter is 4. So the first 3 months, first quarter. The other months, you know, you did it right. You did it correctly. My brain isn't here. You are absolutely correct. April to June. Well, we won't be playing it April to June. We'll be playing it in the fall, like it should be played. Okay. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. What else did I make? He learned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. He sure is snooping with his eyes. I mean, same though. I'm also nosy. You started to feel a bit nervous. You felt the atmosphere was awkward. You were glad for the company. You know what? I hope you liked my room, because my room was bitchin'. Don't worry, it was. You were confused when you first heard it too. And that's, you know what, that's not our fault. It's the American school system's fault. I blame them. I don't even know if you're from America. Even if you're not, it's still the American school system's fault. All children were left behind. Not a single one wasn't. You had put a lot of effort into making your room as nice as it was. You hoped he didn't say anything bad about it, and if he does, I'll punch him. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you'd collected, tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it, before hesitating and pointing at it and said, "You're European? Look what America did to you." I'm so sorry the American school system failed you as a European. Where in Europe are you, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to give, like, exact place. You can just give country. If you want to. You also don't have to. You can just completely ignore me and be like, I'm fine just being known as European. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach. Do you have any driftwood in there? Why would I have driftwood in there? Why would I be collecting driftwood, Cove? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, and you and Cove flop down next to it. I do. Look, apparently I do have driftwood. Let me shut up. Yeah, you're from sharing country. Hungary? Ooh, you're Hungarian? Ayy. I'm gonna start collecting everybody that shows up to my Twitch streams. I'm gonna get like a map of the world, and I'm just gonna put pins like everybody from everywhere. Cause I have someone who's from Finland, someone from Mexico, Canada, Japan, someone from Korea. I think no, not Korea. Someone from China. So it's just it's really cool. It's really cool when like people from different countries show up. It makes me feel popular. You gestured to the piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand. This is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice, or he'd be like Shiloh, who he actually meant it. Yeah, because Shiloh's a pathological liar, of course. I forgot about Shiloh. Shiloh? He's a friend. He's friends with my older sister, and he's supposed to hang out here this afternoon. For what reason? Do I have to see him? He doesn't have to do anything, but he's gonna be here. Anyway, I found this gigantic shell here stuck to an even bigger rock. You pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining where you'd gotten each one, and holding them up against the light. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Also, back to the names of the characters. You were struggling with their name. It's better. You're getting better at pronouncing their name. See, I would pronounce it too, but I don't remember how it's supposed to be pronounced. I don't want to mess it up because I don't want to be rude. But yeah, I definitely played it. You probably won't get it on here. Because it's probably so far back from when I played it. I tried to post like the whole thing to YouTube and it wouldn't let me. So, I'm sorry. But I'm pretty sure I do still have the files. So, there's that. And if I don't, that's okay. We're going to be replaying the game anyway. Over the past few years, you'd even learned some of their scientific names. The collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of fun stories to tell for all of them. Your voice faltered a little bit. It kept going. So, I have all the stories. I have all the tea. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. Like when you almost got pinched by a hermit crab while searching for shells, and after watching him scuttle back into the ocean, he found another empty shell that was almost a twin to his home. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus, was it? Even if it was only directed at the shells. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guess it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Richard Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Before you knew it, you both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. You should have asked. Sorry. Fine. What's done is done. You opened the lid, peering inside again. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. Like he hadn't spoken out loud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. That's my favorite too. I like a different one best. I can show it to you. You can take it. Cove looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? But I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. I'm insisting. Take it. No, it's okay for you. You pushed the shell against Cove's chest, willing him to receive the present, but Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his side. It was a battle you couldn't win, at least not today. Cove is your neighbor now. Maybe you could give it to him another time. The two of you were still sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, he figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. It's just Shiloh, and where will you even go? He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked into the back of the house. I can go out the window. No, that's a choice. He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward, then paused. Do you want to break your other arm? Shiloh's the least scary person alive. Cheer up, Shiloh's gonna like you. Please don't get hurt. I'll come with you. Good idea, let's go. Hurry, we'll see where we're going. He glanced back at you, then nodded. The two of you made your way to the window together. Nada's ditching Shiloh. It wasn't much of a distance to clamber out, but by the time you landed gently in the bushes, you looked up to see that Cove was already taking off away from the house. He was fast, but you knew you could outrun him if you had to. He was not that fast. You knew you could outrun him if you had to. He was not that fast, but neither were you. At that speed, you weren't sure if you could go fast enough to reach him. I feel like we're both fast. Cove! You ran as fast as your legs would take you, grass whipping around your ankles as you did so. Cautiously, Cove slowed to a halt and looked back at you. Where are you going? I don't know, somewhere else. I just don't want to see Princeton! You looked back and saw Shiloh huffing down the hill after you, the backpack he clutched bouncing all around along the way. What are you doing? Can I come? He must have seen you leaving out the window and followed behind. Oh, hi! Are you Cove? Yeah. I'm Shiloh. Okay. Yep. Are you going back, or are we gonna play outside? Joe's eyes moved between you and Cove. The smile remained strong on his face. It got a tiny frown from Cove in response. You were just grateful he hadn't asked you why you'd been running away. Inside, he left the box on the floor. My stuff! We need to get it before someone steps on it. His little okay is so cute. You know, what happened to Shiloh? I want to know what happened to Shiloh. You know, they do have other games. Before this game, they had like exo droplets, and it was like a murder mystery, I think, or someone was getting murdered. It was a murder dating sim. It was something like that. And we might play it. I was thinking about playing it in like October, you know, for Halloween, for the scares. But like, I don't get it. I don't understand why Shiloh's the way he is. Like, what happened? With Shiloh trailing behind, you and Cove head back toward the house. The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach thing some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else. This is a scallop shell I found last week. I kept it because it looks neat. It's a pretty color, kind of like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay. Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Baby green or blue? Might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool. Same. I like those colors too. They're a better colors. Says you, yeah. And I'm the authority. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you, either. Is Lizzie coming back? Girl, I don't know. Do I look like I'm her keeper? Don't know. Oh. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach, probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yeah, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too, right, Princeton? The park is fun. You know what? I do love the park. Me and the park have fond memories of each other. Yeah, it's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do. And lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. And that's good enough for me. That sounds like it could be cool. So, are you going to find Lizzie? I don't know. I never really wanted to see her. I just want to check the park out. Come, so rude. Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. You perked up. Both boys wanted to go, and it was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. We skipped like a big part of this. Because I remember on the other ones, if you like hang out with Shiloh, you get like a whole thing. With them hanging out on the beach together and like they don't like each other. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Princeton! Shiloh! Hi! She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to the sand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just three of you, but now Cove was here. You weren't sure if it was an improvement. Who's that? It's Cove. He's new. I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured wildly with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wiggle your toes to the warm sand. Nights, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are? Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? I mean, I feel like I'm pretty good at handling the job. Lizzie is the oldest. By a lot. My mom said you're Princeton's age. Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh's just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth. Not the sad, For a second it looked like he might cry again. But something in his eyes shifted and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents?
Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids.
Why? We haven't done anything. I mean, we have. It's called existing. Only some of them don't like kids. Stop saying stuff like that. You're gonna upset him. Yeah, they're really bad. I went along with her, wriggling her fingers menacingly at Cove. He sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. We're such a bully. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Shella was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation.
I met Lizzie in Princeton in school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer's over.
I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down into the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove.
I like summer vacation a lot too.
All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shillow's discomfort at how weird she thought Cove was, at something else entirely, you didn't really know. But she laughed, face scrunching up.
Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it.
Ugh. La is right. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days when he was in a bad mood or busy, you saw him more than Lizzie. Oh, she was in a bad mood. He became a staple of your everyday life, the way sun and lunch in the beach were. Oh my gosh, words. That first summer, you hadn't really been interested in him one way or another. He was just kind of a fact of life, someone you met with because he was there. Of course, that was only the start of things. Alright, we're gonna take a quick 3-minute break. Thank you for sticking by. And we're back. Thank you for sitting through the ad break. Really appreciate it. Sorry, I was, well, no, I'm not sorry. I went to go find my planner because my caseworker was like, hey, can we do this meeting on this day? And I'm like, bro, I don't fucking know. I can't find my planner. I've been looking for my planner since yesterday. Don't know where it went, but like I found it, so I guess it went in that spot. But who's to really say, you know? Who's to really say it's actually in that spot and it just wasn't hiding from me? Because you know, I feel like my things hide from me all the time. Anyway, so this is Cove DLC. We're not gonna fuck with the Cove DLC, at least not for this part. I could be like, and then summer ended, but you know, we need to get some background, you know. So we're gonna do all this, and then summer ended. Nah, we're not gonna touch this. We don't need to worry about DLC until like teenagedom. Come back before it oh, hold on, that's Cove's dad. Come back before it gets dark, alright, sport? The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you'd been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you'd first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be his friend with himself. Be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise, because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. Oh, is he giving me more money? He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You gotta learn how to be more sneaky. We do. That's a skill we'll acquire later. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two. Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Princeton? None of your goddamn business. Stuff. I found a really cool snail across the road. It was slimy with funny eyes and a nice shell. Mr. Holden grinned at your enthusiasm. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. You know, Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him? You shrugged. Cove was in the process of making a similar motion. You didn't have anything else to do, and you hadn't been to the stores in a few days. Maybe there was something new to look at. Maybe. Is that okay? I was going by myself, but I guess it is. You don't have to. Great. I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holland reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd, since your mom's only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. Here. Maybe he's a man who likes to keep that thing on him, you know? He likes to have money available. You never know. Keep at least $20 on you, because you never know what kind of situation you're gonna be in. Like cash. Cards, though, like, I barely ever carry cash. I have a whole bunch of change, but like dollar bills, no. I like cards. I like cards. Gil likes cash though. Like we're just such a good balance. We're like yin and yang, and like he hates gift cards, and I love me a gift card. So whenever he gets gift cards, he just gives them to me, and I'm like, thank you. I love me a gift card. He leaned in to pass a crisp tin to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Sure. That's my boy. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up, the bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. You use cards, too. It's harder to lose. I feel like it's easier to lose. But see, I lose stuff so easily. Like, I can have something. I have to see words. See, I'm even losing my train of thought right here. I have to not be distracted. Like, I have to do something, and if someone distracts me, the thing that I'm doing completely will go out of my mind. So, like, if I was doing something on my phone, and then, like, Gil will, like, call me to do something, and I set my phone down, and I go to see what he wants, and then I'm like, okay, I'm done with that task. I will go looking for my phone and I'll forget where I placed it and it'll be right in my fucking face. And I'm like, can you call my phone for me? And he's like, sure. And then we're searching for it because I have my phone on vibrate. I hate ringtones. I don't want to hear that shit. Turn that shit off. So we're listening for the vibrations. So like, if I don't put stuff like back in a certain place, then it's gone. It's lost to the world. Like, good luck. Good luck, me. I mean, that's fair, but for you, you've had more experience with losing cash. Well, how do you keep your cash? You have, like, in a wallet? Is it, like, the same place where you put your card? Because that's what it is for me. I have me a little pocketbook that, I don't know why I said like that. That I also keep in my bag. So it's double secure, so, like, I know where my shit is. Until I don't. Because I misplaced it. Take care! Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then, with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities his outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into a place beside him. What is wrong with my knee? Hold on. Did I scratch my knee up somehow? I think I was scratching my knee. It was a nice day. The sun was shining and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. Bless. Maybe I need to live next to the ocean, because I heard that it gets cold on the beach, but you never hear anybody talking about how it gets cold. I've only been to the beach like once. Okay, that's not true. I've been to the beach twice. I've never been in the ocean though. I've been on the ocean, like, in a boat, but, like, not, like, body in the ocean. You took a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt in ocean air. Like, what is that like? What is the ocean like? I want to know. Maybe one day I'll go to the ocean. I don't live anywhere near an ocean, so. I'm kind of boxed in. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down and waited for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. You have a wallet, but sometimes when you know you need to put a bit of cash aside, you usually put it on your shelf, so it'll come in hand when handy when it's needed. Yeah, but there were times you disappeared from there. That means somebody's stealing from you. Because I also have a little thing where I put cash money records. No, where I put cash money so I can save. But life's hard, and sometimes I forget about it. I forget about that money, and I'm like, okay. Then I'll remember. I'm like, oh, money! I can use this for this. So it's not good. It's not good for me. Either way, I'm not having a good time. Are you looking for snails? Are you looking for shells? Or what is it? You didn't feel the need to ask why. We don't need to talk to him. Searching the sand in front of you as you walked, you kept an eye out for any cold shells you might find that you could add to your collection. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times, and although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. Good. This is the baseline of friendship we need to be at. Just a silent understanding. You didn't either. What did you want to go to the shops for? What do you usually do on the beach? What do you want to go to the shops for, bro? I need a new sand pail. Oh, new sand pail. That's what you wanted to get to. It always turns out that you forget where you put it in. I feel that. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, had to yawn. My brain. Like I said earlier, I'm still sick. I'm still very sick. I was very sick this morning and last night. Yeah, what happened to your old one? And Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second. It disappeared. What? Really? Cove ducked his head down, lacing his fingers behind his back. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so you nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well... Cove opened his mouth and shut it again, considering. I took it to the beach one day. Uh-huh. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there? No, it wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. It disappeared.
What about you? What do you do out here? Um, I like swimming. I like looking at the fish. I like to build sandcastles. I like swimming. We got a beach bar. Cove's lips curled up in a small smile. Me too. It occurred to you that you hadn't been swimming in a while. There was just so much to do before school started up again and so little time. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air, but you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizzas, pretzels, hot donuts. What kind of donuts? Because there are certain donuts that aren't good. Like cake donuts, disgusting. It was nice, it was not very nice. It was alright. There was a lot going on, but it beat staying at home and doing nothing at all. You were sure that you and Cove could find something to fill the day if you looked around a bit. Cove was glancing from side to side, from one side to the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. Words are just eluding me. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander! In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read The Amazing Alexander in glittery golden script. A man of taste. A man of taste. Why tell people his name if it's already on a sign? Why do you care? Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as the Amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. I want to see the show. Cove glanced back at the man. He then briefly lifted his arms up off his sides before returning them to place. He may not be impressed, but at least he didn't ditch you. I mean, he can leave if he wants to. You grinned, waving for him to follow you as you raced back to stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was the 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa. Not Cove being a hater. Listen, my job is the hater, Cove. You're not supposed to be the official hater over here. The Amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? Tell me. This has to be going somewhere and you needed to find out. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer. It was great. What an interesting smell. You felt a tug and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. What? You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was a lot of applause from the crowd and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of a normal circle. Boo! Get this dolphin out of here. And one for your friend too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you're really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card! Any card. My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Okay. Maybe I don't have an uncle that does that. Cole spoke plainly while reaching over to take... I'm so defensive for no reason. Reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. No, hold on now. These are my balloons. Cove is just ruining the fun. At least you had a fun time. You wonder if Cove's whole family was magic. Cove is just ruining the fun. He takes the spoils from the encounter with Alexander, but not appreciate his tricks. This isn't a very good attitude. At least you had a fun time. You wondered if the Amazing Alexander knew how to make people disappear, as well as cards down. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed that to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. You picked up a kaleidoscope, you picked up a Rubik's Cube, you picked up a magic 8-ball. Pick up the magic 8-ball. Oh, Cove, check this out. You shifted your balloon string to the other hand so you could hold it up in front of you. Then you thought of a question in your mind, shaking the ball and hearing some kind of liquid slosh around inside it. Did you guys ever have a magic 8 ball? I remember my day camp had one, and I was obsessed with it. I don't remember anything it told me, but I just liked shaking it. It was fun. Once you had given, we have a magic 8 ball on the channel. I think if you do like exclamation point, like magic 8 ball or something like that, it'll show up. I can't remember. It's in the channel command somewhere. Once you had given it a good shake, you held it up right, waiting for the answer to appear. What are we asking it? Will we win Too Hot to Handle 2? Concentrate and ask again. What? You wrinkle your nose and set the magic 8 ball back on the rack. Why did it tell me to ask again? It really does not want me to win Too Hot to Handle Season 2. It wasn't the answer you were hoping for. You followed Cove around to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. Did you have places like this in your old town? Are you having fun? I don't really like it here. You said nothing. Did you have places like this in your old town? Why not? Let's be curious. Cove blinked at you for a moment, and you wondered if you shouldn't have asked. You knew how much you missed that place. Not really. You nodded understanding, looking over the stalls nearby. A crab! A shark! I love shark. While Cove looked at sand pails, you were drawn to the table with the colorful keychains laid on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read "Handmade" standing proudly in front of it, as they should be. These are cute as fuck. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, and a turtle. Picked up the shark. Her hand stopped on the shark, a devious smirk filled with sharp teeth on its face. Devious? That is a friendly smile. Don't try to do that. Don't do that to my shark pals. You weren't supposed to go near sharks in real life, but there was something about this shark you liked, and the fabric on its back was soft when you picked it up. You were instantly enamored. Of course I did. Go get a Sharkira. That's why I'm naming my shark keychain, Sharkira. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. Listen, that's a little treat. Anything that's $10 and below, that's a little treat, and you deserve it. Anything that's like $11 up, that's not a little treat, that's an expense. You don't need it. But $10 and below, that's a little treat. Go get it. Treat yourself. Checking the price, yeah, okay. You really had more than a $5 bill to your name. Don't we have that 20 and we got like a library card? We should have change left over. But that changed the day you met Cove and his dad. You still had the $20 bill, but Mr. Holden gave you hidden away in your room. Boo! Why don't we keep that thing on us? It was a grand sum of money, but you couldn't spend something that was at home instead of in your pocket. Maybe you'd have to ask your mom to bring you here again one day, now that you knew what you wanted. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh. It's $6. I didn't bring any money. It's fine. Really? Are you sure? Hooray! You don't have to. I don't want you to get it from me. Hooray! Cove took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself, too. My dad told me to. Okay. You beamed, excited at the idea of displaying the keychain somewhere in your room. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you, too. You had to remember to thank him next time you saw him. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around in the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove. Yeah. Why is your dad always giving people money? From what you see, and that happens a lot with Mr. Holden, you've never met anyone else who shares dollar bills with people all the time. I don't know. Cove didn't look like he really understood the question. For a second, he thought about mentioning the way you and his father had met, but decided against it. Boo, no, do the drama. Ow. I hit my knuckle. That was meant to be a secret, and you felt like your feelings might have been hurt if your parents were offering to pay people to be your friend. I mean, yeah, I would too, but I don't want to know. Cove looked further down the street, where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did, yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this way wandering, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over to you, your stomach growled even louder. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony, and you got one with cheese, got one with sprinkles, got one with chocolate. Got the same. Do I want a cinnamon pretzel? I really love cinnamon pretzels with the icing. But sometimes you just need a good cheese. Sometimes you just need a good cheese. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. It was covered in gooey melted cheese, just the way you like it. Did you know some people eat mustard on their pretzels? For what reason do you need to put mustard on a pretzel? That's blasphemous. That's a sin. You need to go to therapy for that. It was covered in gooey melted cheese, just the way you liked it. It seemed odd to get a dessert pretzel before eating normal food. You know what? It's because our mom raised us right. I'm joking, though. Listen, treat yourself. Like I said, get what you're craving. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. These balloons are gonna make it hard to eat. Cove plucked his bucket off the table and stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. Open your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it couldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist. Why didn't we just tie it to the pail? Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, the smile satisfied. There! Now do mine. He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the catch, restricting his fingers on one hand and the string already tangled around the other. Got it. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste of your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After a time you finished your pretzel, you were done with Cove, but it was boring not having anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level, then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned to face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. And you glanced back at Cove. He had left the remaining part of his pretzel in the wrapper, and he was gripping his dolphin too. Mine's name is Merryweather. He's the Prince of Dolphins. Mine's name is Splash. He starred in movies. My name is Cherry. She's actually an alien. Mine's name is Sam. They're just a regular dolphin. Nah, mine is Merryweather, the Prince of Dolphins. He wears a crown made of seaweed, and all his friends are merfolk. Every now and then, he'll make friends with a kid and let them ride on his back. You sighed, wishing you could meet a real dolphin like Merryweather. I want to meet a shark. What's yours? Cove considered the question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... The loud pop! The dolphin exploded into ribbons. Oh no! Oh no. For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock, like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten. Made a joke, you offered to find Alexander. You offered to give Cove your balloon. You didn't say anything. He'd be alright. You know what, we'll be nice. Give Cove your balloon. You could have my balloon instead, if you want it. Cove looked over at you, frowning. I don't want yours. Okay, fuck you too. Oh? Felt bad for Cove, but secretly glad. You really liked the little dolphin, and weren't eager to give it up. Cove spent the rest of the outing sniffling, and didn't say much else. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been nice for the most part. Hopefully there wouldn't be any tears next time. Grown up. Ooh, yes. Okay, hold on. I need to take a drink of water. My sides are hurting, and that's not good. That's not good at all. I'm hot. I'm lightheaded. Can you believe
It's only been an hour and 30 minutes since I started streaming. Crazy. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you, along with Lizzie, to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that it was way too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. You're never too warm to play with your stuffed animals. Then suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy.
Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside and telling everybody they're too busy to play.
Oh, poor Lizzie. Poor Lizzie. There are adults who play outside. Why is a great question, Cove.
I said why. And it'll be fun. Duh. What do they do inside that we don't? Besides use the phone a lot.
That's so funny, actually. Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove.
Princeton, what do you think? Do you want to?
Cove said it. That doesn't sound fun. I bet we could come up with something else. I don't know. I bet we could come up with something else.
But that's what I'm going to do, and it's not fun when I play pretend adult by myself.
Do you do that a lot? I mean, I did that a lot. I was a lonely child. I used to play by myself in the basement all the time. Because I was lonely.
What's it to you?
Looking at Lizzie, it seemed I had a very, wild imagination too. Like, the storylines I was coming up with. The storylines. Looking at Lizzie, it seemed Cove felt he could understand where she was coming from, and he sighed. Do you really not want to play, Princeton? I never said that. I just said we could do something better. It's clear he wanted some way out, but still feel guilty about it. I'll try, but it sounds boring. Okay, I'll stay. Sorry, I have other stuff to do.
Fine, whatever. Play by yourself. Just don't be loud. Me and Cole will do it ourselves. It's decided.
He looked ahead blankly. I love this.
Now, go on.
Nodding goodbye to the two of them, you trailed off to find something else to do. What did I find to do? Like I promised, Cove stayed put with Lizzie for the next couple of hours while I'm gonna build a fort. I mean, I could have read a book. I do love reading. But building a fort is actually the best thing to do, because then you can read a book in the fort. You see where I'm getting at? You could hear them talking as you raced to your room to take the pillows and blankets from your bed. When you went back downstairs, you also took a couple of cushions from the sofa and found a spare blanket in the hallway cupboard. The dining room was the perfect place for building a fort. When you pulled out the chairs and covered them with blankets, you had plenty of room beneath the table to do whatever you wanted. You had just scattered the pillows inside the fort to make it more comfortable when you heard Lizzie and Cove's voices again, and this time they were much louder. Curious about what was happening, you craned your neck to hear them better. At first, you mostly picked up on Lizzie's high-pitched shouting, giving orders, telling Cove what to do, yelling about sports and the Olympics. That was pretty typical for Lizzie, so there was nothing new there. But then you started hearing Cove more and more as time went on. It sounded like they weren't having a very good time. I'm so glad I decided not to play with them, because I wouldn't be having a good time. I should stay my ass put, but I'm gonna see what's going on, because we're fucking nosy. You bent your pillow fort to check what was happening with them. How long does it take to build a pillow fort? Because they said they were doing this for hours, right? It does not take hours to make a pillow fort. Why are you guys shouting so much? Stop. Sorry, there's like a hair. And it's not my hair either, it's Gil's hair, and his hair is everywhere. He's a long-haired man. From up close, you could see that your sister was red-faced and pouting, while Cole mostly just looked confused. Neither one paid you mind.
Shut up, Cove. You're being unreasonable. I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense. It does. You have to be realistic. I said that.
But you're not. The yelling was noisy. Your parents were probably going to get mad, or maybe the neighbors. Our parents are home? I thought they left.
He had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Had the two of them been arguing like this the whole time? Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed to her, hanging onto the hem of her shirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Princeton, it's time to get ready to go. Where are we going? Sorry, you have to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk you home so you won't be left in the cold. The cold? I thought it was hot as fuck outside. Unless she means that as an expression. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed with red anger. I can go by myself. But... Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight. Okay. Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? Girl, I'm snitching. No, Lizzie and Cove kept yelling at each other. They wouldn't stop fighting about everything. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed as Mom put both hands on her hips. Elizabeth! I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know. I tried, but he was... No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Alright, we better get a move on. Let's go, kids. Milani, where did you leave the car keys? I didn't get to finish my fort, and I'm kind of upset about that. They better not have taken it down, because I'm still forting up here. Mom hustled you all to the door, and you noticed during the car ride to the golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say a thing. Parents noticed she wasn't in the mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you'd like to listen to. Heavy metal, please. You picked your favorite song. It was always with the car ride more fun. You chose a soundtrack to a cool movie you saw a couple months ago. You chose a song you knew Lizzie liked. I don't give a fuck what she likes. It's all about me. On Lizzie's golf practice time. Eventually, Lizzie came around and started singing along with you. You both knew all the words, and your moms even sang along too. What song do you think I picked as my favorite song? And I'm telling you what it is. Stan Stands by Fall Out Boy. I'm joking. I used to be my favorite song when I was really young. When I was like 8 years old, that was my favorite song. My favorite song now, I don't think I have one. Just whatever the mood strikes. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell she really liked it, so you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched your legs to get the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. There we go. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your mom took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. Earlier, you'd only caught the tail end of your sister's argument with Cove, but you could kind of tell all of this helped Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew what was coming when you all got back home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the engine, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened their doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips. Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day's gone. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good. Let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. You didn't. I don't regret it. I don't even need to see the other options. I don't regret it. I'm a snitch. Jazz, welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. Also, cat lover, I'm so sorry. I did not even see your message. Yeah, that's what you wanted to get, but it always turns out you. No, that I read that. I absolutely agree with that. Though your fixation makes you listen to epic, musical concept in general. Is that one about like the like Greek mythology or something like that? If so, I've heard about it. I've heard some of the songs, and I want it to become a musical because it seems very interesting. Okay, I've hydrated. Yeah, the retelling of the Odyssey. Yeah. I wanna see it. I haven't really listened to all the music, but like on Facebook, I watch the reels and some people use the song, like that one song from it. They use like two different songs, I think. But I think that's so funny. Actually, I think they use like more than two songs. But it sounds like it's gonna be a smash hit, and I can't wait till they produce it and get it off Broadway. They'll probably put it on Broadway first before they put it on off Broadway. Give the people what they want. They want it off Broadway, so it's not the crazy ass prices. You found yourself recalling how Cove had left in such a bad way. Mom had told you to be on your best behavior with Cove, but Lizzie hadn't listened. She upset him more than usual, even. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept her gaze on her feet. A lopsided square is a rhombus. You remember the number of Cove's house, don't you, honey? Sorry, that was a weird way to read that line. Lizzie jerked her head in another nod, sullen. Without further prompting, she stepped forward and began to dial. You guys remember house phones? I still have a house phone at my house. We have a landline that my grandma does not pick up. Oh, she getting my nerves. I be calling the house phone all the time, and she don't ever pick up. She's like, "Oh, I can't get to the phone fast enough." Then, girl, move the phone. Move the phone to where you are. It's not that hard. It's not that complicated. So now I call her on her cell phone. My family is interesting. Mom reached over and pressed the button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. Now, why are you putting this on speakerphone? Don't embarrass a girl like this. The phone rang a couple of times and stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the other end. The full album can be listened to. The creator is working on another concept called Ilium, which is going to be a retelling of the Iliad. I know, but like I need an actual musical. Like I need a stage production. I want to see characters. I want to act it out. I want the laughs. I want the songs. I want the subtitles because I need closed captions. I think it would be a masterpiece, and I can't wait for them to do that. But that also sounds very interesting. I should listen to the music. I really should. I want to, but it's too popular right now. It's gotta die down, and I have to remember it like 2 years from now. Evening, Holden's residence. Lizzie looked over at Mommy, unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's, Lizzie. Can I talk with Cove? Lizzie Rachel, what a surprise. But of course you can say hey to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard, and you were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pursed. Hi, Clef. Nolani, Prince and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. Let's be messy. Hello. Hey, Mr. Holden. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? Yeah, you wish it was a stage play too eventually, but as of right now it has fan-made animations. Sign me the fuck up. I want to see the fan-made animations. His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
A fight? Cole didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight.
He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny.
Anyway, it's good you didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll grab him for you.
There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could still hear him calling out,
Cove, there's someone on the phone for you.
After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad.
Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you. It'd be so funny if, like, she just called just to yell at him again. I mean, that wouldn't be funny. That'd be traumatizing. But still, like, from our perspective, it'd be a little funny. From a child's perspective, that's terrifying. Please don't ever do that.
It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed one-sided since you couldn't hear Cove properly. Now, how come we couldn't hear Cove properly? Why we put it on speakerphone if we can't hear Cove? Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad. Hello? You open your mouth only for Mommy to catch your eye and shake her head softly. You frowned but didn't say anything. Now, why would I speak? This isn't my conversation.
Hey, it's Lizzie.
Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away.
I just called to say I'm sorry. For not playing nice with you today, I won't do it again.
Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. Honestly, though, this is terrible parenting. Like, why are you embarrassing her? She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that, too, because he sighed quietly. I want gold. Lizzie was momentarily stunned silent by the demand. You had no idea what it meant.
Alright, you and the gold.
Okay, I guess I'm sorry, too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. You wondered if she thought that he'd refuse her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time, really. Yeah, you can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though.
Bye, Lizzie. Bye.
With that said, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left since Mr. Holden spoke up. All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention.
Can I go now, too? Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove.
Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking it off the speaker. Oh, so now they want to take it off speaker. See, they did that just to embarrass Elizabeth. Bad parenting. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With the thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. Long day. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Oh, that was me on Saturday. Was it Saturday or Sunday? That shit was Sunday. That was me on Saturday. Oh my, it was so hot. I was guzzling that water. It was another scorching day. Filled up the water, yep, okay. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. That didn't help much, especially since Cove had arrived. Now, why am I here with both of them? Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. It made you feel pleased. You might not be in double digits like your sister, but he was only 7. Being the oldest and getting to be the leader was a nice change of pace. Excuse me, sorry. Whew. You drank yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet. Something like a popsicle, an ice cream cone. Do you guys prefer ice cream or popsicles? I feel like it really depends on the mood. Lately, though, I've been having popsicles, but I have been eating up Gil's ice cream sandwiches when he had them, and I would also eat up his ice cream cones. So, but I'm a popsicle person for right now. There are multiple animators who make multiple animations. You'd recommend these animators to check out: GG Neil _ Illustrator, Anna Flama, Duvet Box, Smolio, and Merxy. There are a lot of more animators, but they're the best ones in the community, which is deserved. You know what? Fair. Shout out to them. You wanted something fruity and brightly colored. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Ugh. Why are they torturing us? Outside there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but they were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. You sighed. You voiced your predicament aloud. We're gonna talk out loud. I want a popsicle. Shello, who had been draped over the sofa, perked up.
That sounds good.
We don't have anything like that in the house, and I don't have any money.
Oh, let me check if I have any.
Shello rummaged in his... Now, why don't I have any money? Because I know I still got that crisp 20 upstairs. Shello rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins, plus one stray button. Shello, you were adorable. You set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1. You announced this to Shiloh, who had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you expectantly. It's a start. Shiloh beamed at you. We'll need to find some more.
Okay.
The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust, or sandy crumbs. But every so often you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Your mind wandered to the $20 bill tucked away in your room. It was enough for you and Shiloh to get whatever you wanted and more, but you didn't take it out. No, it was too special to hand over so freely. Unlike me, I would have used it anyway. I've been like, listen, I'm balling right now. Popsicles for everyone. Besides, Shiloh would be curious about where it came from and might even mention your wealth to Lizzie. The exchange had been a secret. You know what? Fair. Because you know what Lizzie can't do? Keep a secret. And you know why she can't keep a secret? Because this household can't keep a secret. We're all nosy as fuck. Always in everybody else's business. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pulling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as you counted the coins once again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out.
Is that enough?
You figured he knew the answer, but you appreciated him recognizing your authority on financial and ice cream matters. You straightened up before making your pronouncement. Yeah, we've got enough. You could now afford something at the shops. Just one thing, but that was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. Yay! The two of you dashed outside. The promise of sugar buoyed you onto your destination where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed the funds to the treat. He seemed to notice your pause.
Aren't you getting a popsicle?
Shell asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shell cocked his head to the side.
It was your idea. You should choose.
You went ahead and got what you wanted originally. Are you sure it's okay? You tried to get something you both wanted to do. You know what? We're getting what I want. Because what route is this? We're selfish. We're mean. We're a little cruel. You were thrilled that Charlotte wasn't going to be an obstacle between you and your original choice. Also, children are just selfish in general. I mean, a lot of them want to do the right thing, but they often end up making a selfish choice. And that's just growing up and learning, you know? I don't hold it against children. I understand. I get it. You were thrilled that Charlotte wasn't going to be an obstacle between you and your original choice. Without wasting another second, you exchanged cold hard cash for equally cold, but maybe less hard dessert. Finally, the reward for all your work was in your hands. You sucked on the free popsicle you'd bought. The icy treat cooled you down perfectly, and the zesty flavor was refreshing. You held it out to Shello so he could take a turn. He shook his head. Oh, little baby. He didn't want any? After everything he did to help get it? That was weird. But you accepted the offer. You know what? We'll try to include Shiloh. Even if Shiloh said it was okay, every story you'd ever seen on TV or read in the book said that sharing was caring. You stood your ground even as the tree started to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We both bought it.
But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already. So you can have it. That's more than fair.
You held it out to him. I want you to have some even more than I want to finish it. Eat your part. Relenting, Shiloh took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up.
It's really good, thank you.
You smiled, pleased with your good deed. You picked the best one. I always do. And guys, do you know what the best one is? Blue raspberry. It's either blue raspberry or green apple. Third is watermelon. Those are the top 3 flavors. Did he mean that? Shiloh was always nice no matter what happened. Even if he hated it, you knew he would say so. Maybe he thought it was gross and that's the real reason why he didn't want to take some. You had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still weird. The two of you began to head back home as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know how to say what he felt or was too afraid to. You figured that was his problem and didn't care. Oh, what a funny response. Shiloh was the only person who acted that way around you, so it was him rather than something wrong with you. You could ask him about it, but he couldn't give an opinion on something like what treat to get, then he wasn't going to open up about this. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been many good times, and there had been many confusing ones. You were positive of one thing at least. The treat was delicious, and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted 2 very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. What did Lizzie do to you now, Cove? You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Once there, you accused Lizzie of causing trouble. You didn't know what unfolded, but you suspected it had something to do with your big sister. What did you do now, Lizzie?
It wasn't me.
There was no guilt in her expression, only indignation, but you looked to Cove for confirmation. Cove blinked away the tears, your outburst having caught him off guard. It wasn't her. Princeton, I got yelled at. Okay. I'm sorry you got yelled at. He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me.
Aw, sorry.
Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of the nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair practically took offense to kids. Did I say practically or particularly? I think they said particularly.
Yeah, Lizzie said.
Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction.
Uh-huh. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I can do?
No, I'm just gonna stay away.
Or you could teach them a lesson.
There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What?
You should ding-dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow. They'll never catch you.
That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
You're saying that because you're a cluck chicken.
Oh, not a saying at the same time. Cove glared, but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you.
You're not a chicken, are you?
Yeah, cluck cluck. You'd rather just avoid him? You thought they deserved worse. I mean, I'll do it. I ain't no chicken.
Really?
You took a deep breath and nodded. Lizzie squealed with delight. Because Lizzie's problematic, just like me.
We'll go hide and run as soon as you hit the bell. Good luck.
Lizzie and Shiloh ran across the road to take shelter in the bushes. Even once they'd settled down, you could make out 2 childlike shapes staring from behind the leaves. Oh, Lord. You knew where to look for them, though. So you told yourself that the grouchy old people wouldn't spot it. Cove sighed, his gaze flicking to the house and then back to you. Don't get caught. As if they could keep up. You went to join Lizzie and Shiloh in their hideaway. The weight of the 3 pairs of eyes on your back was heavier than anything you carried before as you approached the door. You hesitated as you reached the doorbell. Then, I'm gonna ring it. You stopped the buzzer and ran. Blood thumped against your eardrums with every step. Would you make it in time? Approaching the hiding spot, you knew that there wasn't time to go around the bushes as the others had done. You took a shortcut, leaping over them. Or, to be more accurate, crashing to the tops of the bushes and then falling over to the other side. Judging from the squeak, it was Shiloh who cushioned your fall. Oh, poor baby. Shh. Lizzie put a finger to her lips and nodded at the house. You disentangled your limbs from Shiloh's and spun around to see the old man framing the doorway, peering back and forth suspiciously. You covered your mouth with your hands, but it wasn't enough to stifle your giggles. Maybe he spotted one of you, or maybe it was the leaves you displaced while jumping, but he locked eyes with the bush and stormed over in your direction. Shiloh gasped and looked to Lizzie. Run! Your sister did not hesitate to take her own advice. Neither did you and Shiloh. Cove, with just one fully operational arm, took a little longer to get to his feet, but still caught up to Shiloh with ease. The old man's hollers propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. The 4 of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cold grass against your skin.
Hey, Cole.
Cole lifted his head.
I told you there was mean grandparents around here.
Cole rolled his eyes and decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister, as you should. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be the second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It always went like that. I want you guys to know there's an ad that's about to play, so I'm just going to continue playing, but I'm sorry about it. It was fun, you thought. You felt a little sad after how much time you spent together today. And it was always annoying. But you weren't going to make a fuss, especially after everything that's already happened. You closed your eyes, laid on your side, and relaxed. Some time passed with you like that. It felt good to take a real break. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if the cloud would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw a dolphin, you saw a car, you saw an alpaca, you saw a smiley face, you saw cloud shapes. Well, let's say we saw a dolphin. You saw a dolphin leaping through the sky. You nudged Cove and pointed to it. Look, a dolphin. Cove joined you in gazing skywards. Yeah, I see it. Really? No, but I like dolphins. Hey. You chuckled at your reaction. All the sun's light faded from the sky and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide.
Let's go to the beach.
Let's go to the beach, each. Nicki Minaj. There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You want to go there too? We're tired to argue. We're happy to do what others wanted. Objective to play. I'm too tired to argue. I am. I'm feeling sick right now, and I think after I'm done with this little chapter, this little vignette, I'm gonna take like a break, a little break, not a big break, but a little break. It had been a long, hot day. You weren't bothered about going there, but you would rather do that than make a scene. You stepped into the sand for the second time that day, and it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour, abandoned sandcastles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The 4 of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge, the waves tickling your feet.
I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything.
That would be bad for the fish.
I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez, you don't have to be serious about everything.
You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fish.
I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while. She's busy.
What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does.
Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about?
You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when the topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms.
It's okay. Unlike Lizzie and Princeton, I don't have a dad. But I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great.
Oh, sorry. I only have one now, too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me.
Oh, I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone.
Cove nodded. His mom is not gone. His mom is very much still alive. You joke about Shiloh's mom getting together with Cove's dad. That's messy. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways. You can say, let's be messy. You didn't have anything comforting to say, so you tried to lighten the mood instead. Hey, since you both have one parent, Cove's dad could marry Shiloh's mom, then you would be brothers. Cove stopped abruptly, his face set hard. My dad isn't going to do that. Shiloh tugged at the rim of his hat.
Neither is my mom. She doesn't want to marry anybody. I told you people this wasn't a good thing to talk about.
It seemed like your plan backfired and the mood soured even more. You didn't know what to do. The silence broke with a splash as Lindsay kicked in your direction. Cold water and sodden sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shiloh scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. We're gonna retaliate. You used your foot to smack the water pulling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying back into your sister. You laughed as she spluttered, some of the salty seawater having landed in her mouth. She spat it out. Oh, that's disgusting. I'm so sorry, Liz.
Yuck.
Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking it in turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shiloh and Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game in war.
Ah!
Shiloh's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first into the ground. Oh, this poor baby. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his grown body. Not the ocean trying to drown him. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain as you all scurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was so dry, you couldn't see it.
That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over. Way to go, Shiloh, you dumbo.
Offered him some help. You know what? Let's be nice. Let's offer him some help. I know we're not like nice, but like we're fake nice. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. For a moment, after a moment, you dropped it. Okay, bitch. Fuck you too. This'll... Princeton will remember this. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held out her hand to Shiloh too. He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. I feel like I say that every time that we do this scene. And every time I forget. Then he slipped on the slick sand. Oh my gosh, the alliteration. Dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them. Good.
Sorry.
What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low. But there's no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose and pretend it was an accident, especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Shiloh got up again, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you drudgingly made your way back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake as the damp clothes weighed the group down. Your moms were outside chatting to Cove's dad.
We're back.
The moms' faces fell as they took in the state you all were in, ranging from messy to soap. Elizabeth, is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for a long drive home, cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first one to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, bucko. I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed even that had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and have just as much fun. That might be right, kids. What can you do? Come on, Cove. I read that wrong. That's okay. Cove, let's go get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at that thought. Okay. That a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sam was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble. Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, Rigel family, and Shiloh too. Well, we'd better do what we can to fix you guys up too. Come on, everybody, inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom. Yes, Mommy. Oh, sorry. Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Wrong voice. The mommy thing, my brain can't do it right now. Sitting on the old beach towel your mommy had found, you waited in the hall until you were less sandy, you weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. But you didn't get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. There we go. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that hat on for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. There was no fun allowed cleanup session. This was a no fun allowed cleanup session. At least that's what she claimed. Oh my gosh, reading. Not much longer, it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Alright. I'm gonna take me like a 5-minute break. I'm gonna lay down for like 5 minutes, like I just said. And I'll be RB.
Okay, Vec. I need a nap. But we're streaming. If I just napped on stream. I don't trust myself to nap on a stream, I'm gonna be honest. I have been known to talk in my sleep. I could be saying some crazy shit. One time, I had a whole conversation with Donald Duck. Donald Duck was nowhere near me. I don't own a single Donald Duck item. But me and Donald Duck were having a full conversation, and that was bestie. I was like 7, 8. Anyway, I'm back to this because you don't care about me needing a rest. And if you do, I appreciate it. I thank you. I won't though, but I appreciate it. I thank you. Back to this. Also, I turned the air conditioner back on because your boy, not me, but Gil likes to put that shit on the timer, and I don't. I no, that shit needs to be on all fucking day. I don't care what he says. I don't care about his electric bill. His electric bill means jack diddly shit to me. My hospital bill is more important than his electric bill. Okay. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Shiloh sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there's no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with his cast. The waves washed a single shelter shore, glittering in blue, another reminder of the places he couldn't go. Can I have that one? Actually, that one, I think that one washed up for me. From what you've heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. Even cut it off himself if he could. You thought about how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now he was here with you and Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else. He couldn't even go in the sea. This town wasn't bad. It had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. How do I feel about it? Tell me, because apparently I don't know. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you were pondering. I wish I could go in.
The water? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna be able to do it soon.
Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough.
It's so pretty, the ocean.
And huge. There could be anywhere out there. There could be anything out there, like mermaids. Oh, yeah. I wish you didn't have a cast. I don't really care. Something might be fun if we could. I'm fine here on land. Mermaids aren't real. Well, let's not say that. I wish you didn't have a cast. Me too. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input in the situation. Cove turned back to the water. Oh, this man does not like me. But as you looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle?
Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening.
Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before.
It's nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away.
Well, how do you do it then? What do you mean, how do you do it? Did you not just buy a pail, brother? You know what? That's fair though. I don't know how to make a sandcastle either. I've been to the beach twice. The only time that I was ever on the beach, I was an adult, so I did not have a shovel and a bucket. So it's interesting. I should go back. I should go back to the beach. It's a drive though. I should go there. No, I don't have money to. You gotta pay money because it's like a national, it's not like a national park, but it's a thing. It's taken care of by the government, so you have to pay money to get in. But it's a nice area anyway.
Well, how do you do it then?
Shell's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. Nobody cares, Princeton.
I love making sand stuff. I've never really made one before. There's nothing else. There's nothing else to do. I love making sand stuff.
Okay,
He put his hands back to his seashells and sand and nodded.
I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started.
Shallow focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him, guided Cove through his process. You happily used your own method. Yeah, I don't need their little stupid method. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared.
And that's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas.
Not me trying to breathe. I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine is gonna be a real castle.
Cool, this is gonna be a house.
Then at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to make a mansion. No, I'll make a castle too. It's gonna be better than Cove's. Then at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to build a fancy castle. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shadow didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you built. It seemed like you got done so fast because they already searched around for extra decorations. Shadow had grabbed one of the most of the really interesting stuff, and Code had a lot of shells. And there were still options. First thing you reached for was a blue seashell. It was the best fit for your castle, you decided. The blue color of it really reminded you of clear water. So you displayed it front and center, making it a headlining feature of your whole thing. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. But both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. Well, let's look at Cove's. You castle. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in a cast. He must have worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. Got the sense that the enthusiasm he was digging with, the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. The silence was then broken. What's on top of yours, Shiloh? You peek closer and discover something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney.
Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It kind of looks like smoke.
It's good. That's smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Yes, I don't see it. You should be an architect. Kinda looks more like a worm. Let's be a hater. A slimy worm. Sticking his tongue out in disgust, Cove's face soured. Gross. Shiloh frowned without a word, but that was that for the current topic. Oh, I'm such a menace to society. Princeton, can I see what you did? No. Sure. He began surveying your work. Castle you built was pretty impressive, all things considered. It had archways, tall walls, and even a little moat circling it. You would probably feel safe living there. Maybe your moms were the queens. No, sorry, no queens here. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation.
Hey, Princeton, what did you do?
It's a castle. Shiloh didn't look so happy anymore.
You both built castles?
Yeah, you got a problem with it?
Oh, that's neat how you guys match. It's too bad we didn't all do it. Next time we should.
Wouldn't that be boring? If something is the only one of that thing, that makes it special.
Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff.
People too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man, a real individual.
I don't think I'm very special.
Why not? Nobody else is you. Shiloh simply shook his head.
I'm not different.
A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind, saying, My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think he noticed that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Princeton? You cocked your head thinking about it briefly. I wasn't there, they didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange, but no other parent acted like him. But you knew him better at this point. Now that you've thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. You were pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued. Oh, well, I was there.
I don't think my mom has ever met your dad.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Princeton's parents and my dad met the same day I met him. I'm gonna say what happened, okay? No one's stopping you, buddy. Shiloh frowned, ducking his head. I do feel bad for Shiloh. Shiloh does not deserve this treatment. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. Oh my god. That was kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say the things they want is important too. He stayed silent and let Cove finish his story. You know what? I think Shiloh wants to talk too. Huh? We were talking, just not right now. I'm talking to you. He can listen. Shiloh's expression barely flickered at the words. He still looked put off. Cove continued with the interruption, like the interruption hadn't happened. He was determined to tell the tale. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand, then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there. The ones where we met for the first time. Yeah. Good story. I want popcorn. No, I don't. Like, I do, but I don't. Cove nodded and stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. What? That's all you wanted to say? Cove's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised. That's all that happened. Okay. Why did you want to tell that story if nothing happened? You really gotta get better at telling stories. That was a pretty bad story. Thanks for telling me. Why did you... Yeah. There was no point. But that was how our parents met. I didn't make the story up. No one asked. That's not really my point. Cove just was not understanding the issue here. Shiloh's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders. I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved to here. Dad showed me the beach first before we went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brows furrowed a little more as he quietly racked his hands through the sand. He raked them through the sand. Oh Lord. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shiloh fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey, Shiloh.
Yeah?
Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing's happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how... Oops, sorry, I hit the mic. Be how he got included into the conversation again.
I don't know, I guess.
Okay, it's kind of weird. Cove, don't be an asshole, that's my job. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment, his lips twitched, and he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this. Perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad, he seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but soon you got an answer.
Why do you always wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses, and nobody's named Cove.
I mean, well, I have glasses, so...
Who asked you to come? Ew, it's probably just your dad letting Princess family some more because you don't have anyone else who'll ever play with you.
Eat 'em up, Shiloh. Eat 'em up. Cove blinked. Tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to move past. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about, though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh.
I'm sorry.
Me too. I was just wondering. Let's build another sandcastle. You tried to play on your own. Are we gonna build more? You nervously mess with the sand. I'm gonna play on my own. I don't want to deal with them. You sure had not in the mood to work out their problem and started building another castle next to your first one. Both of your playmates decided immediately and turned away from each other. Noticed immediately and turned away from each other. What are you doing? I'm gonna finish my next one before both of you. Shiloh glanced at you, then at Cove, who'd already started digging up more sand. You all went back to making more sandcastles, but the whole mood had changed. Shadow's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. He didn't blow, he'd blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shadow's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. Cove and Shadow had almost followed your lead and barely said a word. His mom standing behind him, even Shadow's goodbye had been quiet. Friendly, cheerful, but noticeably quiet. Where has Elizabeth been? But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your own houses. So you led the way on the path back home. The walk was quiet. You passed by the familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. I don't care. You decided to keep your mouth shut and stay out of whatever was going on with him. But a minute or so later, he spoke up anyway. Of course he did. Hey, Princeton? What? Cove fell silent again for a few more seconds and sighed. Why'd Shiloh act like that when I said he was all red a lot? You were being rude to him. He's just being a baby. You shouldn't make fun of him. I don't know. It's just Shiloh. He gets embarrassed. You shrugged at Cove with no answer to give. You were being rude.
No, I wasn't. It looked like that to me, and it wasn't just saying that one thing. You're not very nice to Shiloh.
I didn't mean it like that. Shiloh's kind of weird to talk to. See? That's kind of rude.
I guess I can get it. Why would he do that? Sometimes I get really mad too.
Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. What Shiloh said didn't make sense anyway. Parents always talk to other parents and set up stuff so their kids play together. My dad didn't do anything weird. That's what you think. You struggled not to make a face at that. His dad definitely did something weird to try and get you to spend time with Cove. But Cove didn't know that. Always making me spend time with you. Your dad does do stuff, so you'll hang out with my family, but Shiloh shouldn't have said that. I'm gonna tell him. Well, remember when you talked about how our parents met and I didn't know what happened?
Yeah.
I kind of had something happen that you don't know about when I met your dad. As you struggled to find the right words, Cove looked at you passively. You met his gaze even as your stomach twisted itself into knots. I was walking home and your dad was sitting in front of the house. It must have been after you ran away. My moms weren't there either. I think they were looking for you. Your dad saw me and he got up and came over. Mr. Holden told me that he just moved into the house next to mine. Cove was still listening, his expression as plain as before. He paused for a moment, wondering if you should really keep going. I'm gonna tell the full story. Even if it was supposed to be a secret, you thought Cove should know still. Should still know, that's what that said. Your dad said he'd give me $20 if we became friends with you. Cove was so still, you thought he hadn't heard you. Then his eyes widened, his mouth fell open, but no sound left him. Silence stretched between you, so tense that it was almost tangible. You shifted from one foot to another, and your hands tensed up. Hey, say something. Instead of speaking, he closed his mouth. His eyebrows bent up, crinkling his forehead. He looked more sad than surprised now. He was gonna cry, you were certain of it. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I mean, we're not. I don't know why you're lying to him, Princeton. Cove raised his hands and brought them up under his glasses. His fingers pressed over his eyes, hiding them from your sight. Then right in the middle of the street, the tears began to fall. His shoulders shook with the force of his sobs. You could glimpse wetness through the cracks of his fingers slipping down his cheeks. Hey, you shouldn't cry because of that. You should cry because I'm gonna hit you. No, I'm joking. So closer, you placed your hand on his hand. on his head. You touch his shoulder. I guess you would just stay by him. You couldn't go anywhere with Cove in this state, but Cove shook his body from side to side, rejecting your presence. Okay.
Go away!
You flinched at the shout. As you stood there listening to him cry, you felt uncomfortable over the scene he was making, concerned for him, reference telling him about the money, battle, everything. Uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable at the scene he is making. The two of you were in the middle of the street. You glanced around. Thankfully, there was no one watching. Cove continued to weep with his face covered by his hands, whereas his voice raised in volume. You were frozen in place. The situation was awful, and you kept feeling worse every second. Stop being so loud. Please don't cry. I'm sorry, Cove. You hugged him. You're sorry to cry, too. That option always gets me. What if I hugged him? You stepped up and tried to wrap your arms around him for a hug. Cove squirmed away from you again, though ducking his head. It was a full rejection. I bet it would be. Where's the can I just leave? Where's that? Where's that button? You heard a door opening and you flinched, expecting to see one of the mean old grandparents preparing themselves to yell at you. At this hour, most people weren't around, either because they were working or down in the town. The grandparents rarely left the house, except to complain at children making noise in the street. With the ruckus Cove was making, you could kind of understand why they might have objections, even if he couldn't help it. The door that stood open now didn't belong to the grandparents. To your utter surprise and relief, it was Cove's own. His dad was already home. As he peeked out his door, Mr. Holden momentarily looked unsure. Perhaps he had suspicions on the noise outside, but wasn't entirely positive. Though a kid crying is pretty distinct and there aren't a lot of kids. Maybe he didn't want to believe something might be wrong with his son. His face fell as he spotted the source of the commotion. It was pain and it was scared. And he reminded you of the one he'd worn the first night you met Cove. Mr. Holden didn't go down the steps in front of the house. He jumped right over them and stumbled into a run. He skid to a stop before Cove bent down on one knee and then solidly cupped Cove's teary face with his hands. What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? Cove continued to cry, unable or unwilling to cough out an explanation. Not taking his hands from Cove, Mr. Holden turned to you for an explanation, his eyes wide and imploring. Cove asked if you made me hang out with him. I just told him the truth. You tried to give me money. As you spoke, Mr. Holden's chest rose while he inhaled a deep, shaky breath, culminating in a gasp at your final words. Why would you... He clamped his mouth shut, shaking his head. He faced his crying son again. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done something like that in the first place. True. He cast his eyes down, sighing. When he next spoke, it wasn't part of a conversation anymore. It was barely loud enough for you to catch his words. Princeton's only a kid. Tears were still streaming down Cove's face. Smiling sadly, Mr. Holden wiped Cove's cheeks with a thumb. He furrowed his brows and looked at the ground. When he next glanced up, his mouth was set with determination. Mr. Holden finally took his hands off Cove. He reached for his wallet. Confused, you stared at the little rectangle that all adults seem to carry in some shape or form. It had been the source of all these problems. You were sure that Cove wouldn't want to be reminded of it right now. Mr. Holden was clearly a different mind to you. He inexplicably retrieved another $20 bill, rolled it up, and raised it to Cove's face. Cove's eyes were hidden behind tightly clamped fingers, so Mr. Holden poked Cove's nose with the bill. Cove peeked between his hands and grunted as he saw what he had been prodded with. Even if it was surrounded by sobs, you were glad that something else had finally left Cove's mouth. Hey, Cove, can you stop crying? I'll give you this cash if you do. That's what he said. Cove dropped his hands from his face. It had already been red and wet with tears, and now his features were scrunched up in a scowl. Not for the first time, you questioned Mr. Holden's tactics. Mr. Holden's a weirdo. He had to use two hands, but Cove firmly shoved his dad's own hand away. But Mr. Holden just chuckled at Cove's reaction and tossed the money aside. It unfurled as it flew through the air, rising before slowly drifting to the ground. Can I take it? Can I pick up that money? He's just gonna waste it? That's $40 I have now. Mr. Holden took Cove's outstretched wrist and lowered them to Cove's side, stopping him from hiding his face once again. Cove's dad clearly wasn't going to let go. Huffing, Cove turned his whole head away, tears continuing to roll down his cheeks as he glowered at the ground. You can buy a lot of cool things with that, but it can't do everything, can it? Cove didn't respond, not even to look at his father. Mr. Holden continued. Your old dad likes to make things nice for you with the money he earns, but you're smart. You know that I haven't really done anything. I still make you sad and upset, just like right now. I'm sorry. Cove sniffed, the harsh line of his brow mellowing. Mr. Holden squeezed Cove's hands as he continued. Princeton is smart too, right? Mr. Holden spoke in a soft, encouraging tone, and Cove continued to calm. You have nothing to worry about. Except for me. Mr. Holden chuckled. Cove pressed his lips together, mulling over his father's words. Though the stream of tears had eased, drops still budded in his eyes and threatened to spill out. I love you, son, so much. More than anybody else. Sometimes that makes me a little too hasty. To see you happy and I make it all worse. I really am sorry. Scrunching his eyes tight, Cove nodded. With his eyes opened again, they were red and glossy, but there were no tears left on the precipice of his lower lashes. Aside from the occasional sniff, he was mostly back to his usual self. He swallowed. Though Cove had refused to echo Mr. Holden's exact words, the sentiment seemed to be enough for his dad. He moved his hands up under Cove's armpits and hoisted Cove high into the air with a grin. Cove's hands flew to his glasses, holding them back from falling off. Cove's lips were shut tight, all betrayed by the telltale smile in his eyes that he was trying hard to hide. Mr. Holden laughed, lowering Cove so that he was securely pinned against his chest. Cove looked away, face angled to the ground. Now that his dad could no longer see him, he was allowing himself a smile. Mr. Holden might have missed it, but you didn't. Cove wriggled, pushing a hand against his dad's shoulders. Can I go back down now? Yeah. Mr. Holden set Cove gently on the ground, waiting until his feet found their footing before releasing him entirely. I have to do something. Wait here. As Cove wandered away, Mr. Holden's gaze stuck to him like glue. He sighed, eyes downcast. He felt weird that you'd only been able to stand there while the event unfolded. You weren't able to fix it. How come I couldn't make him feel better? Don't worry about it, please. We don't need another tragedy today. He winked and you weren't impressed. Hey, I mean that. The first part anyway. There's only so much you can do to try fixing someone else's mistakes. He smiled sincerely at you. You've done plenty for Cove. Just the fact that you were honest with him when his own dad wasn't proves it. Thanks for being such a good kid. I hope you'll keep spending time with the boy. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'll keep spending time with the boy. As though the sound of his name summoned him, Cove returned, clutching the bill his dad had cast aside earlier. You cocked your head and Cove's dad raised his eyebrows. Cove looked at the crumpled note and walked over and held it out to you. I stopped crying, but I don't want this. You can have it. He gave you a small smile. Behind him, Mr. Holden was still watching Cove closely, clearly relieved. You shared the feeling. Cove was making peace with the deal that happened behind his back. I'm gonna take it, thank you. Gingerly, you pinched a slip of paper between your fingers and slowly took it from Cove. He continued to smile at you. It was a sign of Cove's trust. He believed you. Thanks. Cove continued to look at you softly, his eyes wide and earnest. Yeah. Mr. Holden stood up, stretching his arms out casually. Well then, it's about time for dinner. Me and the Rugrat need to be going in. You probably should too. I bet your moms want to see you. Alright. Bye, Cole. Have a good night, and thanks, Princeton. Father and son waved at you as you turned and dashed back home, the note clenched tightly in your hand. You felt lighter. I don't feel $20 lighter, though. I feel $20 heavier. Fireflies! Oh, at least these big-ass heads here.
Alright, tonight we're gonna catch fireflies.
At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Ooh, mac and cheese. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be a ton of them around. Oh, the fireflies. Did you know fireflies are beetles? I did not know that. I feel like fireflies are the only sacred bug. Every other bug is disgusting and needs to be exterminated, except for fireflies. Oh, you are you? Yeah, you started eating faster, you looked over at your mom's, you pushed your foot around your plate. I'm gonna look over at them. What's the dealio? They hadn't answered for sure yet, but if that's what Lizzie said you'd do, that's probably what you'd end up doing. Lizzie was an expert at getting her way, having mastered the art of it by the time she could talk. Now, how would I know that? Because Lizzie was adopted first, and she's 2 years older than me. Shiloh's here. When did Shiloh get here?
That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we, Mrs. Rigel?
Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly.
I kind of want mac and cheese. Should I make some mac and cheese? I might have, like, a mac and cheese cup. That's probably gonna mess up my stomach, though.
Oh well, I'll worry about it later. Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally, she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option with her guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree. Well, it's already so dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese in her mouth while she waited there for the response. What a sight.
Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day.
Your parents exchanged a look. The mom eventually sighed and nodded back.
Yes!
Fine, fine. Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay?
Duh, Mom. That's where most of them are.
The idea had only just been planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the glowing lights spread out in front of you, like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. Lizzie and Shiloh started digging into their food, and it soon became a race to see who could finish their dinner first.
Aren't you excited to go outside and play, Princeton?
You gave a non-committal shrug.
Princeton is just mad, because I always catch the most.
Lizzie boasted proudly, her mouth full of food, and Mom gave her a stern look. Yes, give her a stern look. Nobody wants to hear all that. Close your mouth. Elizabeth? A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could no doubt scold your sister. Mommy, you gotta scold her because Elizabeth's being fucking nasty.
I'll get it.
Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it was. Huh? You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest. Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's floppy hat. Cove, why is he here? Hadn't your parents invited him over? You certainly hadn't heard anything about it. You tried to catch Cove's eye, but he was too busy staring at the ground in front of him. Going back to shovel a forkful of macaroni into your mouth, you kept one ear on the conversation. Yes, you always gotta keep one ear on the conversation. That's how you snoop properly. Then, for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mom with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pocket, eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved.
Great, thanks, bye.
Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here all right. Cove shifted fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him.
Hi, Cove.
Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by, holding his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Cove, are you going to catch fireflies with us? You could come outside with us if you want. You weren't sure what to say. Cove, are you going to catch fireflies with us? You could see Lizzie eyeing you. Sorry, hit the mic. You could see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she'd get over it. If Cove said no, you understood though. Catching fireflies wasn't something that everyone liked to do. I want to see them. I've never caught one before. It's too bad you didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been anywhere he used to live. I feel like fireflies are like an everywhere bug. Are they not? Do you have fireflies where you live? I have fireflies where I live.
We can't go until after dinner.
After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your parents' meal.
Have you eaten yet?
Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier.
What did you have?
Eggs. That's it. Just eggs for dinner. The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room. Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you'd like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later.
Sure.
Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As you polished off the meal, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far.
It's fine, Mom.
Shiloh trailed so closely after Lizzie he was nearly stepping on her heels. Coase hesitated at the door. Come on, let's go. After a moment, he did.
Bye, children.
The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh by the time you walked outside. You pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get further and further away.
You're so slow, Princeton. We don't have all night.
You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. Are you not going to come? You tugged him along. You walked with him. You waved at him to hurry. You ran off. Come on, hurry up. Let's catch up. Cove stayed silent. He didn't look too excited by the idea of dragging his feet along the pavement as he followed behind you. You shrugged your shoulders. If Cove didn't want to stay with the group, then you'd meet them on your own. You reached the hill in no time, just behind Lizzie and Shiloh, who were standing on top, surrounded by bright, winking lights. There was barely any wind, which made it perfect for a little lightning bug to be out exploring the big, wide world. A grin broke across your face as you raced to join them, admiring the fireflies that bobbed around like buoys on a wave in the moonlight.
Where's Cove?
He's coming. You pointed behind. Sure enough, after a second, Cove rounded the corner, still not in any sort of rush. Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill.
Hi, guys. It's really great out, huh? See how many there are?
Yeah. A firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea-green head. Shiloh couldn't help but giggle. You and Shiloh couldn't help but giggle. You quietly looked on. I'm gonna shoot the bug away. The little bug was spooked when you waved a hand towards it, flittering in front of Cove's nose for a moment or two before darting away. Cove let out a surprised sound and followed after the glow.
Oh, look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing.
Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. You had a bandage on your thumb. You tried to be cautious of that. You had a bandage on your palm. You had 2 bandages on your hand. You were good at not getting cuts or scrapes. You know what? We have 2 bandages on our hands. Spotting one close by, you approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. You closed your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it with his pink calves, waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hands around the firefly. Ah! Cove watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression in his face. I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm kind of tired of Cove. Cove's not the main character here. Letting Cove continue his hunt, you slowly brought your hands closer to your face, setting the little creature in the center of your palms. Hello, little bug. The firefly didn't say hello back, though you hadn't expected it to. You decided to sit in the grass. You know what? I'm gonna sit in the grass and watch. We're just chilling. You quietly took a seat among the flowers. The others were jumping and dashing all about. You saw how many times they succeeded and failed, how Shiloh almost tripped a couple of times. It was a dramatic show. Though around you it was calm, the lights of the stars and the fireflies surrounded you peacefully. It was a beautiful night. You laughed quietly to yourself as you watched the others, and Shiloh finally managed to catch a firefly between his small hands. Yay! His eyes lit up, and when he spread his fingers to take a peek at it, the bug escaped and flew off into the air.
Oh,
You watched as he pounced after it once more, but your eyes soon landed on Cove, who had failed to catch a firefly yet. I'm gonna wait to see what happens. You watched as he crept up on an unsuspecting bug, so slowly that for a moment you wondered if he was still moving at all. And he raised his hand towards one of the little bobbing balls of light, closing in on it ever so slowly. No! The crafty little critter had escaped his clutches at the last moment, drifting too high up for Cove to reach. Damn. Maybe you'd been a little nicer to me, I would have helped you, Cove. While Cove returned to hunting, I say that as his personal antagonist. While Cove returned to hunting fireflies, you settled for laying back against the soft grass, watching the poppies swaying around you and the fireflies hovering against the vast sky.
Princeton, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race.
The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Lizzie or Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning to you with quick hand gestures. It was just like, if she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. You didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought you might be intrigued just by the idea of a race.
Hi.
Hi, Cove, you can't roll down the hill. You could get hurt. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. This was the second time it got in the way tonight.
What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it?
I guess. Also, there's an app playing. I meant to warn you guys. I'm so sorry about that. The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else a referee, but it was already decided. I'm gonna get into position for the race. I don't think I've ever raced yet. Satisfied with this, Lizzie moved to lay down, and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously.
Countdown.
You quickly got into position as well, resting on your side in the grass and tucking your arms close to your chest. 3, 2, 1, go! The three of you took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speeds toward the bottom. You squeezed your eyes shut, delightedly laughing, a delighted laugh leaving you, and consequently allowing a few blades of grass into your mouth. No! You sputtered, reaching up to wipe them away. It threw off your balance and sent you careening sideways.
Oof! Ah!
Everyone started too close together because the slight turn made you, then Shiloh, then Lizzie collide into a heap. You tumbled down the last few feet in a pile. Shiloh's elbow in your stomach, and you were pretty sure Lizzie's hair in your mouth. But you had survived. Perhaps it wouldn't have been safe for Cove after all. You could hear him laughing in the distance. When you opened your eyes, you saw the starry sky above, and Cove still on top of the hill, staring down at the three of you with an amused look on his face. Hey, cool crash. I think Shiloh was the first one at the bottom.
That didn't count. We need a redo.
Kids, it's time to come in.
No.
You sighed, not knowing if it was from the contentment or exasperation, and closed your eyes again. It had gotten late, and it was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills, but the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together, side by side, down your neighborhood street, discussing the evening with each other, trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't much matter anyway. All that mattered was that you had a good time, which, judging by the smiles of everyone's faces, you did. Oh, how sweet. And then the summer ended. So after we do this little part, I'm gonna take a break between this and like the adolescent stage. You know, breaks are good. Breaks are good for everybody. Sorry. I hit my mic thingy. I need to take a hydration break. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your mom's and Lizzie as the four of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, you were so dull. Let's get out more.
He didn't do real magic, Mom.
How do you figure that one out?
Because I know. That's not what real magic looks like.
Oh, thank you for the don't forget to save. I'll save right now. You were so right about that. You were so right about that. Thank you. I have saved.
Oh dear, Lizzie, there's all kinds of magic in the world.
Thank you, cat lover. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. I'm so excited for school to start. I'm so excited to learn. If you don't know, I'm going back to school in a couple of weeks. Gonna get my associate's degree and then a certification. Please, can we play just a little longer? We have to keep playing before it's too late. It is almost over. You put on your best puppy dog eyes. Lizzie may not want to, but you plan on going home. I put on my best puppy dog eyes. Oh, don't look at me like that. Like what?
Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too.
Lizzie made her case and stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well... Oh, come on, fam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory. Alright. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understood?
Yes, Mom.
Yes, Mom.
So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at times and trinkets. Oh, or maybe the playground? Or the fireflies will probably be coming out, right?
Don't I get a say in this? Lizzie looked over at you, narrowing her eyes like she was very seriously contemplating the answer to that question. The strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet?
I'm glad it does know. I'm glad it knows. I don't know what I'm trying to say anymore. My brain. That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mother's had gone. Where are you going?
I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow.
You thought this over. Looking off towards the water again, Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. I'm gonna stay outside. You watched Lizzie run off, twisting your lips as you considered what to do. In the end, the pretty sky and the soothing sound of the waves won out. You strayed off the path, grinning at the feel of the sand quickly filling the empty space in your flip-flops. That was fun for a while, but you grew bored eventually. How else could you enjoy the remainder of your time at the beach? Let's roam around. You walked along the beach, the faint crash of waves and the cry of seagulls served as a background noise. You didn't think about much, just focused on putting one foot in front of the other. It was a great evening, but soon enough you had your fill and were ready to join the rest of your family back home. Not too much farther down, you spotted a familiar green head of hair moseying along the shore. I'm gonna keep going. Carlos looked like he was busy doing something on his own, and you were heading home anyway, so you turned your eyes back to the road and kept moving. When you arrived, you saw your mother's in the kitchen, still working on dinner. You shut the door behind you, shivering lightly as you adjusted to the more pleasant temperature inside. Welcome home.
Hi, sweetie.
Wrong place. Oh, Princeton, will you set the table? You'd been on your way to the room, and you stared longingly in that direction as you considered the question. Mom hadn't said you had to help. What's in it for me? You folded your arms over your chest, tilting your chin up. Mommy snorted. feeling glad that you helped your loving mothers out? I'm not sure about that. Mom narrowed her eyes at you. Before you realized it, she was upon you, caging you in her arms and tickling your sides. How about you help you get dinner, smarty pants? You squirmed, giggling helplessly. There was no escaping her vice grip. You can't do this. Are you sure about that? She continued the assault. You tried to hold out, wanting to be stubborn, but you couldn't keep it up for long. You said uncle, and Mom backed off. Honestly, Pam. Fight fire with fire. Huffing, you took the plates from Mommy and set up the table. A little after you were done, dinner was ready. It seemed like now that summer was winding down, time was speeding by. Lizzie talked about the busy schedule she made for herself tomorrow, and you wanted the window and thought about how... And you watched the window and thought about how much you're going to miss the long, fun-filled days of sun and play. That night, it was hard to sleep, for some reason. You started blankly. Yeah, you started. Okay, that's not me. I think they meant you stared blankly at the bits of dust and stuff floating in the air. Summer would be over soon. School would be starting up again. You couldn't help but feel excited. You're looking forward to seeing your friends again, meeting your new teachers. Sure, you wouldn't be able to leisurely stroll on the beach or run around outside all day, but learning was fun too. A different sort of fun. And it was all right around the corner, sorry. Oh. Okay. In between. Let's go. Okay, so has anything changed? Are we still... Okay, I think we're going into adolescence now. We want braces? Let's get braces. Lips. Why are my lips thin? Lips are thick. Earrings. Ooh, I like the little stars. Those are cute. Acne. Sure, we'll have some acne. I feel like we're good. Done. What should our relationship be with Cove now that we've moved it up? I feel like we're still very direct. Should we be friends? Or are we gonna stay indifferent? I feel like, you know what, let's stay indifferent. And maybe we'll move up to fond. Okay, ready. Yes. Customize Cove. Choose a customized Cove yourself or let his prior experiences determine it. What's he gonna look like? Oh, he's such a cutie patootie. Okay. PJs. Oop, jacket. Got it. I'm fine with this. Oop. Choose your feelings for Derek. This is how you feel towards Derek for this step. It can be the same or different from how you feel towards Cove. Direct, and we're fond. We're fond and we're direct with Derek. Yes. Okay, after this, when they show the screen thingy, then I'm taking the break, okay? August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunsetburg for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids, from what you saw anyway. He would pass by you, what does that say? Adolescent indifference. Start playing step 2 with indifference. He would pass by you in the hallway as if you didn't know each other. That was just fine with you, damn. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You ever heard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody? Damn. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. When you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad, he would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. Don't do that. You weren't sure how well it worked, though. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You can understand what had changed. Though you never asked, you doubted he would tell you. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore, and you were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. We don't care what our sister says. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in the gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. Saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth. So you did. I mean, same. That's what I did. I grew out of my nickname. I'm like, can you please call me by my name? I even thought about changing my actual name because I hate my name so much. But you know what? It's my name. I'm gonna deal with it. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. It definitely is. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. Zach, welcome in. How are you doing? I mean, it is a big difference. Like, my brother is 4 years older than me. And being 14 and him being 18, like, we're both still teenagers, right? But the difference in, like, teenager stuff, like, I'm still, like, very immature. He's still immature, but, like, in an older teenager way. Like, he's doing things he shouldn't be doing, and I'm doing things, like, illegal he shouldn't be doing, but I'm doing things, like, I shouldn't be doing, but it's not illegal. Here's your news question of the day. If you could be your drink of choice for a whole day, what would you choose? I'd be a margarita. Because I can't drink. I can't drink alcohol, but I miss me a good margarita. Oh my god. I wonder. Let me not. I mean, I will if I remember. I wonder if the margarita mix expired. I'm gonna put that shit in the fridge, and I'm gonna just guzzle that. Not even alcohol, just straight margarita mix. You be a peppermint hot chocolate? Oh, you sound delicious. You sound delicious. But I don't know, my favorite drink, like pop or soda, depending on where you're from, or soda pop. I like Sprite. I like me a nice crisp Sprite. I love me some spicy water, especially McDonald's. Why are you saying thanks? Peppermint hot chocolate's delicious. And you said you wanted to be a peppermint hot chocolate. Can I not call you delicious? Is that illegal? Is it illegal to call you delicious because you'd be a peppermint hot chocolate? But Sprite, I love Sprite. And I used to really love apple juice, but I've been drinking so much apple juice lately that I'm kind of tired of it. So I'd probably go with like cranberry. I love cranberry juice. It's just right. It's like tart and sweet. Oh, love. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Also, guys, don't be afraid to answer the question as well. I want to know what drink you would be. You weren't expecting to be called delicious? Well, expect it. Expect it. Always expect to be called delicious. Expect hearing things that that you don't expect to hear, okay? That way you're never surprised. And you're welcome, by the way. Stay delicious, Dak. Stay delicious. What's cooking good looking? Well, it depends. Who made you? Like, what's your presentation? Because you could be peppermint hot chocolate all you want, but like, do you have like whipped cream topping with like a peppermint stick in there? Or like, were you just made from like a packet that someone bought at the grocery store? Like, you know? Then it'd be like, what's cooking good looking? But, you know, I'm sure you still be tasty either way, but like, presentation matters. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had time for it. I was like, why are we in the clouds? We're not. This is the ocean. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed, celebrating sleeping off, wide awake, about to head out to enjoy your time off. You were one of those people. You made sure to slather on a generous amount of sunscreen so you didn't get burnt. Guys, wear your sunscreen. Wear your sunscreen. Don't get sun cancer. You were sun cancer? Don't get sun poisoning. Don't get skin cancer. That's what I meant to say. You were looking in the mirror, setting the clothes you'd thrown on, when your bedroom door opened without warning. Ma'am, can you knock? I'm a growing boy. In the reflection, you saw Elizabeth raise an eyebrow. Have you been staring at yourself this whole morning? Could you knock next time? She ignored that, crossing her arms over her chest with a disgruntled expression. Clearly she hadn't come in just to see you. Does she ever? Mom told me to tell you that Cove's at the door. Why is he here? Mr. Holden made him bring some happy summer gift over. Mom wants you to take it from him and say thanks or whatever. So, calm down already. Why couldn't you do it? I'll be there when I'm ready, okay? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and left, having done what was instructed of her. Now alone, you focused on the mirror once again. Your reflection hardly even fit in the frame. You were very tall. Your reflection went over the hole in the mirror. You're pretty tall. Your reflection fit comfortably in the frame. You're abstract. We're tall as fuck, but we're not very tall. We're pretty tall. Cove tended to be the only person around who was even taller, at least among teens your own age. You liked your height. You weren't sure how to feel about it. You were kind of self-conscious. We like our height. I mean, in real life, no. I would be pissed as fuck if I was tall. It suited you well in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You were a little bothered by the intrusion. Your plans for this special day were quickly being bogged down. Well, at least there was some kind of present involved. You left your room, going down the stairs 2 steps at a time. 2 steps at a time. Step 2, second chance. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. He held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. Not my voice cracking, for real. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face. Good morning, Princeton. Thank you for coming down. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? Where the fuck is he going? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. Now she's here talking to him this whole fucking time. And she can't take this gift from him? It's not for me. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder. Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so you were still little in her eyes despite being big for your own age. Let her do it, you happily let her do it. You tilted your body aside to dodge it. You pushed your hand back and laughed. Let's laugh. Ma could be so ridiculous, you thought, but that was okay. You're the last one down today, you know that? Life isn't a race. Morning. I was gonna stay in longer, so you're welcome. Sorry about the wait. What did we get? What did we get? Of course, that's what you're thinking about. Allow me to get out of your way so you can find out. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Ugh, look at this loser. I'm so fucking rude for no reason. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as his bushy hair covered part of his face. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about present gift. That's a gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Cove audibly sighed. There was no way to tell if he was just relieved that he could leave soon, or if he wasn't happy to see you. Either was equally possible. Okay, fuck you too, Cove. The two of you had never clicked like your families wanted, not even close. Hey. Hi, nice to see you again. Yeah. And that was all he said. Well, you suppose it could be considered comforting that some things don't ever change. It was already shaping up to be another long summer with Cove's undesired presence filling the days. Why is that so funny? His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. And with that, the gift was accepted. Oh, why is he in my house? He gave you a slight smile to brighten the mood, maybe. I hope your family likes this. Dad wanted to get you all something nice as a way to celebrate the start of summer. He figured this would do the trick. Thanks to your dad for buying it and you for bringing it over. It looks yummy. I'll tell him you said that. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though, after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was great and kind of handsome to boot. Though there were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden, you didn't mind them and liked him quite a bit. As long as he gives me more money, sugar daddy, you know? And even if he was Cove's dad, you couldn't pretend like he wasn't a nice-looking guy. That was good too, but it was something you kept to yourself. What if... Oh, that wouldn't be good. That would be grooming. No, let's not. Let's not even think about what if. Never mind. Take that thought that I put in your head, throw it away, delete it, burn it. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are. Who's this? Whose voice is this? You shared a confused look with Cove. As one, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You were displeased at the sight of him. I'm confused. Why are you here? Kinda expect to see Derek today, though you never really knew when he'd appear. After stopping a couple of steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin. Hey, my guys. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. I'm glad you didn't go too far. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more with his eyes widened, and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure, then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice. Can I have some?
I can't give it to you. It's for my family. Derek pouted at your words, not hiding his disappointment.
Aw, okay.
Then he nodded his head as if to clear it.
Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big.
He paused, possibly for effect.
There is some other kid here in Sunset Bird.
Cole was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cole did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through.
Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself just walking.
Did you talk to him?
Nope. I can report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, is pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave.
You blinked, slowly looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like Yuko. When you first got here, anyway. It kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly.
I can see that really well now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go find Cole's lookalike. We should all meet him.
I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came.
Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction.
Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach as a trio. And as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched up expression, he came off angry. You were curious about him and what he was so mad about. Derek must have felt the same as you. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy.
Hey guy, over here.
The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper on his face. His eyes were tired, but strong hostile energy still radiated from him.
What is it? What do you want?
The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name?
Jeremy. Was that it?
No, I'm Derek. That's Princeton and Cole. We were just walking around and saw you. You wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood.
Yeah, so it's cool to see someone else here.
Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then.
They did bring me somewhere stupid, of course. I knew it.
What?
My parents. They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
No one assumed that you walked here, Jeremy. No one assumed that.
Right. My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad.
That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy.
I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. My parents' family's nearby and we just had to come see them. Ugh.
If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too? Same, I felt that, I guess.
That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else?
No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away.
They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself.
I can see why.
It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid?
You kept quiet. You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. Sorry, it must suck being forced to do something you don't want. You just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining. Calm down. You don't have to yell so much. I hate this. I'm not gonna say that. I'm just gonna keep quiet. I'm gonna let him think. Maybe he just needs to get it out of his system. He had no idea what to say to this, so he stayed quiet. Jeremy didn't even notice, too focused on ranting. How do they always make summer vacation worse every year? You turn to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed. Ugh, of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. I mean, your eyebrows are very stupid, but go off, King. I mean, and that haircut? Ooh, Lord. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Atsuko? Is that her name? She's a comedian. She's Japanese, and she has a bowl cut. She's, like, really popular right now. I watched her, I was gonna say her Netflix special. It's a Hulu special called Father. She's pretty funny. I don't know if I would pay to see her, though, you know? She seems like a cool person. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. What? No, Cove's wavy eyebrows are cool. Like you said, when you got a bowl cut. Don't listen to him. That's really unique and special. Well, they are kind of silly. Apologize to Cove right now. How can you say that when you got a bowl cut? Yeah, it's embarrassing and awful, but my parents made me. I won't have to have it when I'm older. I don't know what I'm gonna do with those things except maybe shave them off. I don't know what he's gonna do with those things except shave them off. He probably should. I bet you look less dumb with no eyebrows. I'm gonna grin at all of this. He wasn't the nicest kid you'd ever met, but he certainly wasn't the dullest. He rejected your amusement by grimacing harder than ever. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice. Wow, what is wrong with you? Wow. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping into the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do. This sucks. I was hoping we could meet someone fun. Hang out, maybe? He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point, right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. How is this fruit not rotten by now from being out in the sun this long? You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini-drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. No. I'd just save it. Okay. He sat, still staring at the gaslighting fruits. Still staring at the glistening fruits. He didn't insist further. Yeah, it is a gift for the Rigel family after all. They should be the ones who get to have it. Sorry for asking. It's fine. Quiet once more descended upon your group. Cove turned towards the ocean, a peaceful expression on his face. Hey, you two remember the Land Before Time? The fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all like the leaves that were shaped like stars. Tree stars. Yeah, chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. You should try and chomp a leaf every now and again. You never know what kind of nutrition you're missing from not chomping on leaves. I love that movie. I've never seen it. I didn't like that one. A movie's for kids. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? Don't you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? He snickered. Oh, sorry, I hit my mic again. Not everything, but it probably helps. Have you guys had star fruit before? I had star fruit when I was in like 4th grade, and I never seen star fruit again in my life. Not that I don't want to. I want to know where I can get some star fruit, because maybe I'll like it. Not everything, but it probably helps. Derek didn't say anything further about dinosaurs or otherwise. In the next few minutes, the three of you watched the waves crash into the shore. Why are we here? Me and Cove don't even like each other. Cove stood up unannounced, dusting sand off his clothes with one hand. You saw a flash of his scar on the inside of his arm as he did. I'm gonna go. Okay, bye, dude. Later, Cove. You watched as he walked off towards some other place that wasn't here. His gait unhurried. You weren't annoyed or upset by his sudden exit. It was how Cove was, only sticking around as long as he saw fit. Jerry got a deep breath and leaned back on his arms. His head rolled until his gaze met yours. So, are you ready for summer break? How is someone supposed to be ready for a break? I mean, it just feels like there's a lot to plan for. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered. Hey, Princeton! You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Co have run off with that thing Mr. Holden bought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? It's fine and right here. You turned your body to face her and held up the bouquet, proving that it was in one piece. She inspected the fruit arrangement with a small frown. Alright, looks good, but if all you're doing is sitting around, you better take it back to the house now. It's not just for you. Get going. This wasn't okay just because you hadn't done anything yet. Oh no. I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Is Elizabeth the mean kid? Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. In the stay. You didn't make a break for it. Instead, you carefully got up from the sand, bouquet still in hand. When you straightened up, Elizabeth smiled affectionately over at you. Come on, fugitive. You nodded, then examined the fruit skewers. You wanted to make sure it hadn't just been jostled by the short adventure you'd gone on. It still looked great. Elizabeth noticed too. You know, you could split it now and tell them those boys ate it. They bailed, so they don't get to tell the story. Moms would never need to find out. So much for it's not just for you. Very hypocritical. I think the word would be hypocritical. She bumped your shoulder, winking cheekily. What else is family for? You laughed together, making your way home side by side. You and Elizabeth didn't follow through with the joke to eat everything before getting home. When the two of you returned, your moms welcomed you back. There was a mention of the mini event that had unfolded. The four of you happily split the bouquet in the end. After that, Derek had rejoined you in the living room. Where the fuck did he go? He had to show his face again eventually after running off. Why is he here? Shouldn't he be with Cove? The dust had settled from the prior events, and your moms went back to their room, so Derek was just taking it easy until his dad arrived. Mr. Suarez was meant to be there any minute to get Derek. Derek preferred not to sit. Instead, took long, lazy strides in a circle around the edge of the rug. Hands behind his back and head angled towards the ceiling, Derek looked like he might be puzzling out a crime. He probably made it half a dozen rounds when a solid knock struck your front door. That stopped Derek in his tracks. Dad's here. Both of you stepped towards the door in unison. You arrived first, since you had half a room head start. When you pulled it open, only a crack someone zoomed in past you. The breakneck flash of a human was still entirely recognizable. It was Derek's littlest brother, Nicholas Suarez. He shouted triumphantly. Derek, we're here! He was only 6, the tiniest kid around. Hot on his heels came the middle Suarez son, Jorge. We stand Jorge. This is a Jorge household. Nicholas, we have to stay in the car. We're going home. We're not here to play. He was 10, and his patience was being tested. The youngest one frantically shook his head. It made his hair even messier than it already was. Nicholas's hair was wild and free as he was. Hair clips in his parents' minivan couldn't contain the energy. Which might have been surprising considering he loved cars enough to wear a shirt covered in them. But you knew Nicholas loved Derek even more. Staying right where he was, inside your house, at his even older brother's side, Nicholas gave Derek a hug. I came to get you! Derek bent down to scoop Nicholas into his arms in a fond squeeze, though he kept his face tilted up to make eye contact with Jorge. Hey, bros. Side by side, Mr. and Mrs. Suarez trailed in. The resemblance between the parents and their children was clear. Derek and Jorge were the splitting image of their father. Jorge was even sometimes called Junior, while Nicholas was a mommy's boy. What am I doing? I'm trying to say a good evening, but it was like, good evening, that's no. A good evening, Princeton. Saw it. Hello, you'll have to forgive the three-ring circus visiting town. The boys just had to come. Hi. Hi, Namigoski. You saw your favorite clown yesterday out of makeup? Oh my, how was that experience? Also, welcome in, Cookie. How are you doing today? I'm merely gonna shrug. Mrs. Suarez kept things moving. But we can't stay. Thanks for letting Derek visit and tell your mothers I said hello. Okay. Come on. Oh, sorry. Come on, boys. All 4 of you now. Let's give the Rigel family their house back. Coming. Yes, Mom. Half of the group trotted forward with only a word. They went past Mr. Suarez and out the door. She watched them go before surveying the situation with the most troublesome one. It is good. You're doing good things. And me? I'm so sick. I'm trying my best. I'm wanting to take a break, but I need to finish this little part. So I'm trying to get through that. I didn't know you liked clowns, though. I love clowns. I'm a clown lover. Who's your favorite clown? Nicholas was just bouncing around Derek, as if he hadn't even heard his parent. Derek and his mom looked on with identical expressions of exhaustion-tinged affection. When an opportunity opened up between hops, Derek carefully took hold of Nicholas's small hand. Let's go to the car, Nico. You can sit next to me. Thrilled by the promise, Nicholas let out another cheer. Yeah, let's go to the car. Mrs. Suarez left it there, trusting her eldest, and went to join Mr. Suarez and Jorge. He goes by Bello Knock. I'm gonna look this man up. Okay, yeah, I read that. Nicholas gripped Derek's black wristband with his free hand, stretching it outwards in his eager attempt to lead his bigger brother along. Derek stumbled forward with a chuckle, mostly to protect his band from being pulled too far rather than Nicholas actually having the strength to move him. Bello? That's not. Bello. Knock. Clown. Oh, he's got his own Wikipedia page. Interesting. Interesting hair. He's a 7th-generation circus performer. Did he go to clown school? Did he go to clown school? I really want to know. But he made sure not to forget you. Derek said goodbye from over his shoulder. Bye, guy. Good night, everybody. After their prompt entrance and equally quick exit, the whole Suarez family was on their way home. You, however, didn't have anywhere to go. It was late enough that the rest of the day would be spent inside your own house. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. He was a Ringling Bros and Barnum and Bailey. Ooh! I think I saw the Ringling Bros, but I was really young. I haven't been to the circus in forever. I want to go to the circus now. They don't have elephants anymore, right? I like the elephants. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. Sorry, I need a little drink break. With school being out, you're positive she's going to want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to just be you and Lee who spent time together. She was your only friend who was a girl. Being family helped make you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends. I have a lot of girlfriends. Even though you weren't a girl, you befriended them pretty well. You didn't have non-girlfriends. I also had a lot of non-girlfriends. What kind of gender someone was didn't seem to make any difference in who you got along with. I just don't fuck with Cove. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Who is it?
Your worst nightmare.
Of course you knew right away who it was. You laughed. Hi, Lee. Dropping the joke, she laughed too.
Hi, Princeton.
There was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was.
So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff, and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out.
Can you in a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh, yeah.
You got up from your seat to the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you've been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. Your mom's could be really unfair. You thought that made sense. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way. You weren't the only person here. If anyone could take the phone anywhere at any time, it'd be an even bigger hassle. You could easily imagine the receiver having a new forever home in Elizabeth's locked room. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You jogged up the stairs, taking 2 at a time, smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool. Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything.
Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you.
Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they changed their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be?
But I would still be using a home phone. My mom's... What is this chain? I was just messing with this chain that I have. Don't know where it came from, don't know why I have it, but now it's in my hand. Okay, cool. A chain. My mom's would be able to stop us if they wanted. Lee laughed. You didn't put a damper on her imagination.
Oh, then you have your own phone too.
That works. She sighed dramatically.
I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college.
Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and your ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to college. School was such a big part of your life right now. Studying didn't come easy to you, though you tried hard. You worked as hard as most people and got pretty average results as well. You didn't bother at school, and you really respected it. Everything in your classes came easily to you. Everything comes easily to us. We're going to collage. You soaked up information as naturally as a sponge absorbed water. You had yet to worry about school being hard for you. You felt a lot of pressure to maintain high grades, the high grades you got last year. You were confident on remaining great. You could definitely keep the streak going. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
You sound so spacey. What's up?
Just thinking about school. Lee groaned.
Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing.
I'm looking forward to going back.
You're speaking English, but I don't understand those words.
You laughed, aware that many kids wouldn't voice your enjoyment of school. I loved school. I loved school so much when I was younger. Back to school time was my favorite time.
Though, I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out.
Learning new things can be cool. Gym is pretty great though. It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. Cafeteria lunches at my school could be better. I mean, it's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never met anybody new. No one really comes here. Learning new things can be cool. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things. Not just some people. I'll just say everything's great. There was all sorts of sports stuff during gym.
Oh yeah, it can be fun. Sometimes.
Lucky, mine's boring. And that was all. And that's pretty much everything that's good about school.
Okay, point taken. Now I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We haven't talked about the summer, but first, before we start plotting the rest of our lives, I got some plans already.
Like?
I'm gonna visit my cousins.
You chuckled, of course.
What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head.
I want to spend time with people. I got some art supplies, reading, and catch up on some movies and TV. I don't want to do anything at all. It's a vacation. Lee giggled.
Aiming high, huh? Don't strain yourself.
You leaned back in your bed, settling in, as you continued chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her, you'd be seeing her soon. You found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day, you sat up straighter. Excuse me. I was with Cove and Derek. We met a new kid.
Like, at your neighborhood?
His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long.
What was he like?
He's kind of interesting. He kept snapping at us when we were all trying to do was talk to him. I've never talked to someone who spoke like him.
I don't think I want to meet him.
You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Girl, fucking sing.
Who are you to talk? Kobe and Derek are always around. They're both boys, you know.
That's true, it's not the same. They're not always around. I'm not the one who invites them. They show up on their own. Lee laughed at your response, deeply amused. After a moment, you chuckled along with her. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face. Little adventure from earlier hadn't gotten you any goodwill with this, it seemed. How long are you gonna hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. With a sigh, you say goodbye to Lee. Sorry for being long. I'm still using it. Get out of my room. I don't think so. You can't have everything in the world. Neither can you. I'm not the one asking for it. You had your turn. Now you want to get mine too because you were first in your dreams. I will get Mom's. I'm gonna glare at her. You glared right back before whipping around and shouting out your door. Mom! Princeton won't give me the phone and it's way past my turn. She hollered back up the stairs. Let Elizabeth have her turn. Sharing is caring, and you only get rights to the phone if you use it responsibly. You heard her. Fine. Lee, you have to go now.
Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too.
You barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you'd gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made. Hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. Now we're going to take a little bit of everything. It was tasty. You appreciated that there was a variety in the meals your moms made. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was a perfect, balmy summer afternoon. You had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. I forgot how fucking long these little intros were. You stepped out the front door and onto the street, deciding which way to go first when the place caught your attention. Hi, Princeton. Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you. Oh, I know who this is. A friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory from where you might have seen her, but nothing came to mind. Not your school or from the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who this woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I heard about you. Oops, sorry, bumped the mic. But you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point to the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. See, one thing I hate about this is they say the condo's across the street, but then they say it's right next to you. So what's the truth? Is the condo right next to us, or is it across the street? You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. She seemed nice. She seemed sort of strange. She looked really young. It made sense that she was Cove's mom. She felt so different to Cove. She was super pretty. She's super pretty. This beautiful lady was Cove's mother. Oh, wow. It was kind of crazy how both his parents were that good looking. She extended a hand. Oh my gosh. Struggle city. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and he studied the manicured fingers in front of her face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrists. I'm Kyra Priest. You can call me Kyra. Shake her hand, why not? You reached out and took her hand. She shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Princeton, but you already know that. That I do. Coast mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Princeton. He did? Cove and I aren't really friends. I've also heard that. Maybe that will change one day. What has Cove said about me? What are you doing here? Nice to meet you too. What has he said about me? Oh, I can't tell you that. I've already said too much. She laughed good-naturedly. You couldn't be happy about that answer, though. The sound of the door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side, for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father. There is an ad that is going to play. Nice little 3 minutes. I'm not gonna stop for it. There you are. I thought you were gonna keep me standing out here all day. You said nothing as Cove walked over to the two of you. When he finally looked up, he noticed you were there and raised his eyebrows curiously. You couldn't quite tell if the expression that crossed his face was confusion or relief. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Princeton. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. Oh? You were a little taken aback by Cove's agreement. You hadn't imagined being stuck with him and his suddenly appearing mom for the afternoon, especially not if he was going to be gloomy the whole time. Of course we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that. It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roasting on the street for the time being. Any hoosies, let's go. Kyra walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her. I'm sorry about her. I really do want you to come. I didn't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. I didn't know your mom was coming over. Don't you usually go to where she is? Yeah, she's gonna be staying with us for the summer. She just got here this morning. It was a surprise they planned. His face scrunched up more. You nodded in understanding. Cove had been through a lot with both his parents the past few years, and it seemed like it was still taking some time to adjust, as it should. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door for a minute, her eyes lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after she blinked at the woman a couple times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela. I see you've met my kid, Princeton, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Priest, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eye as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands. Hi, Princeton. Cove. Cole smiled at Ma shyly as she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Aw, I understand. You're welcome to stop by anytime. I'll take you up on that offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Princeton went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice. I hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look and they smiled at you fondly. You're happy they were letting you go. You were annoyed they agreed just like that. I'm annoyed. Even if you had shown up with them, you and Cove didn't hang out often. The least they could have done was check with you first. Letting them aside, you resigned yourself to the fact that you didn't have much of a choice. Yeah, this is my summer. Let me do what I want to do. Marvelous. Expect us back in an hour or two. Be looking forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents said goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was a sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in a taxi not too far from here. Yeah, it's a tourist town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. It was kind of strange to see Cove give someone this much attitude. If he wasn't in the mood to be nice, he generally just kept to himself. Kyra put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. Well, you sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kyra pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Princeton? Want to point me in the right direction? You shrugged, not really. Sure, I have a couple of favorites. You've been into a lot of places in town, and there was a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it up to you to pick for us, since Cove is going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away. Let's go to the Chinese restaurant. Thank you, Princeton. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kyra asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kyra explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunsetburg. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kyra lowered herself into the chair while Cove picked the one diagonal to her. Not facing her or to her side, it was awkward. Let's see, to start, what would you like to drink? I'll get an orange soda. Noted, Princeton. No, just water. Lemon or anything? There's sugar on the table. Girl, just water, no. Sure. Kyra placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself at a Chinese restaurant? That's a choice. They didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. I want Chinese donuts so bad. I have, like, the craving for it. I don't know where this, I know where it's coming from because we're talking about Chinese food. I love Chinese food. But, I want some right now, but I don't have the funds. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus and decided to order a usual thing. You had been to this restaurant many times, so you knew what was good and what wasn't already. Kyra and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals, too, were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, wouldn't figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions, he'd rush off. Kyra had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you. Lolito! How are you doing? How are things going so far? I'm supposed to be taking a break. But I'm stuck. I'm stuck here. I want to get through this little part before I take my break. I'm trying. I'm pushing through. How are you doing? So, Princeton, what's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. I like to read non-fiction books. I'll bet you know a lot about a lot of things then. And manga. I haven't heard of that style, but I'm sure it's very good. Hope your puppy's feeling better and you too. I have no idea how Jax is doing. I'm gonna see him later today. He's probably fine. He's probably fine though. I need to bring food over. Don't let me forget to bring food for him. Because I have food here at Girl's house. And I be forgetful as fuck. And games are fun. I like to play board games. That's great. We should all play a game together sometime. And video games, I don't know much about them. Maybe you can show me sometime. And I hang out with people. Hey, it's nice to have friends and family to spend time with. You're doing good? I'm glad you're doing good. What's going on though? Like, anything interesting happened since the last time I streamed? I go to the beach and I swim. You must be a strong swimmer since you live so close to the ocean. I find the water a little scary, but I just like to dip my toes sometimes. And I still spend time studying. Studying in the summer? I have to admit, I don't know a lot of people who enjoy that, but hard work is the key to getting what you want in life. And you didn't say anything else. Thanks. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. Well, me and Cove aren't friends, so. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kyra a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. What do you like to do? Where do you live normally? Are you in a new relationship now? Why do you Mr. Holding get divorced? I feel like I've asked this before. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course, and traveling. Real shock, huh? Okay, I'm done. I don't care about this conversation. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. What am I playing today? Our life beginnings and always. We're gonna do Baxter's route. We're just getting through like the beginning stuff of the game. As you can probably see, we've been here for 4 hours already. And we're only on step 2. Not even halfway through step 2. We're only on the beginning of step 2. And Baxter comes up in step 2, but like only a little bit. And I want to get to that. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You wondered if he was annoyed that you were spending all the time talking to his mom, and he hadn't seemed to want to talk to her at all. You flicked the paper straw at him. The wrapper hit Cove in the nose. You had to bite down your lip to keep from laughing. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside. You two will seem really cute together. Oh, sorry, I'm not attracted to Cove. Not this run. Does Cove have a crush on me? Interesting. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat. Ugh, Mom, why would you say that? You felt bothered too, you blushed. Thanks, sweetheart, I'm gonna laugh. It was definitely unexpected, and there didn't seem to be any other way you could react. The meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious, even Cove enjoyed his food. Alright, now that we're all full in consent, can you please explain why you had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year, that you were going to be coming instead? Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you. Cove's eyes began to shake, his frustration ebbed. I do want you to be around, but I don't know I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything. I see. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody ever called him Clifford until now. What does the exclamation point speak? Made you after a question, bestie? Oh, do you want you want to ask me a question? Just ask the question. Just ask the question. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards. If you have the speech chat. Oh, I do, actually. It should be... Oh, it's off. Goodness golly. I will have it up by the next... I'll have it up by Saturday. Usually, I do have it up, but I have to update OBS. And I haven't updated OBS, and that's why it's off. I'm so sorry about that. I'm sorry. You're not really missing anything that important. I've played this game like several times now. Well, not several, but like at least 3. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards. I can go home, Cove. We can still set up normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option. I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart. She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wriggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sorry. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. No worries. Yeah, okay. I'm so sorry about that. I definitely should have updated earlier, but I was writhing in pain. Kyra was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too? No. Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back just as quickly. Maybe later. Not today. I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning away. Let me take a sip. And thank you, Princeton. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. You're right. Mom. She just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the 3 of you left the restaurant, Kyra had paid the bill. You walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time, you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late, and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually, you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back, family. And Princeton, too. Cliff. Dad. The 2 walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Princeton. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kyra in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both your families. And the dull moment was rarely had. Bless. Okay, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save, and we're gonna go on a 15-minute break. Okay, we're back. Now, it is 2:32 for me right now. Usually the streamathon would end at like 4 hours in. We passed that, obviously. Um, but we have more hours to do, so we're gonna go till 4 today. And then we'll see how things go. If I can make it to 4. If I can't make it to 4, things will just be shifted. But I'm trying my best, so bear with me. Bear with. Oh, okay. Bear with me. A piece of little paper dropped between my keyboard, and I tried to blow it out, and I blew something off my desk, and now I'm upset. You don't need to worry about this. This is Derek's DLC. Derek's DLC is not important. So we definitely are gonna do these, and then the soiree, because I think that's where we see Baxter. I'm so tired though. I'm gonna do Wave, and I'm gonna see how I feel. If I'm not feeling that great, then I'm gonna end it at 3. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still have to unload everything from the truck before you could enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Ma came out the front door and paused just ahead of you.
Need any help with that, Princeton? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to.
Yes, please. Nah, I got it. I can manage. Even if it was heavy, you wanted to bring it in yourself. Ma gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your blue hair. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood. Careful, Princeton. You hadn't been looking where you were going and went right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time. Be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. Outside, Ma had started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze. It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. It's too hot. You wrinkled your nose, feeling a few beads of sweat gathering on your forehead from lifting stuff around in the sun. If there were a cloud or two around to lessen heat, you would be enjoying the weather a lot more. With a small sigh, you turned back to help Ma with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove. You noticed Mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see, surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Cove hesitated, looking a little startled at having been noticed. But then he offered a slight smile. Good one, Mrs. Rajel. He crossed the driveway to properly say hello. After all these years of living just meters apart, your family had gotten to know Cove and Mr. Holden pretty well. Even if he wasn't friends with you or Elizabeth, he was still a familiar presence. You watched him exchange pleasantries with your moms until he eventually looked your way. Hi, Cove. And that was all you could really say to one another. He adjusted the surfboard under his arm a little, getting a better grip on it. I should get down to the beach before the wind turns. Nice seeing you. With a last wave goodbye, Cove turned and headed down the road towards the beach. Take care, sweetie. You continued to look the way he went as you became lost in thought. You were always going to hang out on the beach that afternoon. You were all... Oh my god. You were also going to hang out on the beach. I'm just going to do that one, because why not? It didn't change things if Cove would be there or not. You could still have your fun. You focused on the task at hand, making sure all the groceries got inside. Once everything had been put away, you leaned against the kitchen counter, watching your moms busy themselves with lunch. You had a surfboard in your room that you wanted to take with you. Yeah, sure. You've been practicing your surfing more and more lately. It was always ready to go. Can I go to the beach now? Sure, Princeton. Just remember to bring some water. Maybe you could bring some for Cove, too. He's already there. She gave you a cheeky smile. You knew your parents had hoped you'd become friends with Cove, but the two of you never really clicked. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you head down to the beach. Have fun, honey. Stay safe. When you made it to the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lungful of the ocean air and felt your tan skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small set up nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. Looking out at the momentarily calm surface of the sea, you caught a glimpse of Cove balanced on his board, surrounded by the gleam of sunlight dancing on the water. I'm excited to get out there. We're not thinking about Cove. You can wait to get started, and the fact that the water looked so refreshing made it even better. Tucking your board under your arm, you secured it there as you ran across the sand and dipped your toes in the cool waves. You began to paddle into the ocean. The water was cool as it parted beneath your cupped fingers. A fish darted away, alarmed by your splashing. Soon you arrived at a point far enough out to catch some waves. Oh, hey. You smiled and finished getting on your surfboard properly. You seem to be having fun. You set it Cove's way, he stayed out of yours. Occasionally you look over and see him riding a wave. Only once did you catch him glancing back at you. Exploring the area to get further away from Cove, you found a stretch of ocean that produced incredibly consistent waves. Oh, beautiful. You would wade into the ocean, climb into your board, and ride the wave almost to the beach's shore. It was relaxing to keep throwing yourself at the ocean, knowing it'd always take you back home. This makes me want to watch Teen Beach Movie. If you've never seen Teen Beach Movie, it is an experience. It's a great movie. I love that movie. The second one is okay. The first one is iconic. The sunlight filtered through the shimmering water. There wasn't anything to worry about here, except making sure you didn't step on anything sharp. You bent down and grabbed the orange shell you struck. It was a sturdy thing to take your weight. You might take it with you. Checking over your foot, you felt relieved you weren't actually cut. You went back to the ocean, heading for deeper waters this time, and spent the rest of your time catching various waves. Overall, if you had to judge your surfing skill today, you absolutely rocked it. The waves loved you today. I mean, you were definitely improving. Well, let's not get a big head. A while ago, you never would have been able to ride some of today's waves. You were really learning. If you kept this up, who knew how good you'd be at the end of the summer? After all, you grabbed up your stuff and glanced at the waves. What an afternoon. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There, you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. After reaching the shore again, you glanced back at the ocean. The waves seemed calmer. The beautiful sunset was too pretty to turn away from. The warm colors were vivid in the distance and stood in the shallows with your eyes on the horizon. The sea lapped at your ankles and you felt yourself sinking slowly into the sand. You heard a splash and noticed that Cove had stopped surfing as well. He took large steps as he climbed out of the ocean. Cove made his way over. He didn't say anything but stuck around to admire the sunset. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Yeah, totally. He nodded mildly. You looked like you knew what you were doing. He just shrugged. Thanks, you didn't seem too bad either. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of the waves. Then Cove sighed. The day can't be over. Not yet. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should be longer? Only a shrug could express how I'm feeling. Sometimes I do wish the days were longer, but sometimes I'm like, this day's too long. It needs to be shorter immediately. Post haste. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I wanna go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach and not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. Well, I need to call it a night. Yeah, I want to do something too. We'll sure be welcomed anywhere soaking wet like this. You know what? Yeah, let's do something together. Let's be friends. Cove nodded with a smile. Then he looked down the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought the idea up to Cove and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is still there a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. I'll tag along. Really? Okay. You definitely hadn't expected it, but it wasn't going to stop you. And you hadn't expected that. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. Stuffed everything together quickly. I'm gonna take my time with my bag. The two of you finished at about the same time. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over top. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. You had definitely grown in the past few years. You had outgrown the monkey bars. You were way too tall to play on them properly anymore. When he got to the bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through, then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. I took a seat on the swing. You sat right down on the free seat and started swinging your legs. You saw first slowly, but then you added more power to your kicks. Air rushed past your face and ruffled your hair. You built up enough momentum to let it carry you. It was a lazy arc, but not fast or not high or fast. Perhaps perfect for having a conversation. Yeah, I think after this I need to be done. I'm reading words that aren't there. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. It looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cole hung up his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up. Can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Haha, let's give him like that when Jeremy's enough. That's not really nice. I don't have to tease him. Ugh, parents don't know anything. Cove chuckled back at you, amused. You looked around. The old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wondered how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke, and how much was sincere dislike of this place. Moving had never been his choice. Do you actually like this neighborhood? Cove kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. There was a genuine opinion. Yeah, I like it too. A contented feeling fell between the two of you. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. Better get home. Already? He seemed to just notice how dark it was. It was hard to make out his exact expression with his face in the shadow. I guess I lost track of time. Yeah, it's because we were finally getting along. Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump when his feet hit the ground. You stopped moving your legs and stood when the swing slowed down. The chains rattled and the swing smacked into you a bit, its energy not entirely spent. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel on his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Hey, don't keep all that thinking to yourself. I just remember when we were younger, it used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall. If I came home after dark as an adult, I would still get grounded. Guys, you don't know this, but me and Gil, when we started dating, I was 22, 23. I think I was 22. And my mom banned me from seeing Gil because he brought me home at 1 in the morning one time. So, just to let you know how my childhood, my adulthood was. It's not even my childhood, but you can imagine how my childhood was if I'm at 22 years old being grounded for seeing my boyfriend because I came home at 1 in the morning. You could indeed recall. If you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. If you came home after dark, well, your moms and dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really have this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face as the two of you walked side by side, reminiscing. You came to your houses, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, Princeton. Bye. It was nice seeing. This was definitely an interesting experience. Cove waved, and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. Okay, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save and I'm gonna go because my head hurts, my back is starting to hurt, and now I feel nauseous, and that's not good for either of us. So I want to thank you guys. Okay, wow. All the pains just started like immediately. Thank you guys so much for being here for the Streamathon. We have a whole ton more hours to do, by the way. There's more Streamathon to come, do not worry. So I'm gonna try, I'm just letting you guys know this now. I'm gonna try to stream on Thursday. Let me get my planner out on Thursday. Please, sheets of paper, please stop sticking. I'm gonna try to stream on Thursday at 5 o'clock for Too Hot to Handle. It may or may not happen. That is not a Streamathon day. And on Saturday, August 2nd at 7 p.m. This is all Eastern Standard Time. I'm gonna try to do a Streamathon day then. I don't know how good that's gonna go, but we gonna try. We're gonna try. I can't make any promises, but hopefully I'll feel a lot better where I can continue on. But I do see a GI specialist on the 5th. So hopefully on the 5th I see them, and then sometime that week or the week after that they can like do stuff and I can feel better, and then during school I guess the Streamathon will continue because I have bills to pay. This dog is very expensive. But yeah. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you again to Darius for the gift subs and the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the chats. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for showing up in any way that you can. I really appreciate it. Like, even if you guys lurk and like stay through the ads, that helps too. Like a little bit, like only a little bit, but it helps too. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So yeah, that's what it's looking like. Hopefully I can continue, I can sustain it, but right now I have to go because I feel so nauseous I might pass out. So yeah, thank you again for being here. I hope you have a nice rest of your day, week, month,